Hi, Sheldon. This is just Sean performing sound check.
Hi, Sean. I hear you.
Perfect. Thanks for confirming.
Welcome, Jack. There is a press gallery. I know you have the whole gallery. It's to call the cops. It's when I don't like when the counselors are eject or opens a trap door. Okay, I will reconvene committee of the whole for November 1st. And even though it's not starting a meeting, I'm gonna bang the gavel just for my stepdaughter. Cause I told her that's my job. Okay, so we have no public input registered. Okay. And everyone's here. Councillor Jolly's online. I'll log on to the Zoom meeting right away, Councillor Jolly. So we are into planning and engineering. So who's doing that one?
That would be me, Your Worship.
Okay, go ahead.
All right.
I'll get
I
into the
just
Zoom meeting.
need a quick second to pull up the presentation. If you bear
Okay.
with us. It's actually a really, really long second. You're right, Council.
Sheena says it just seems long because we're so excited. I'm gonna get a cup of tea.
Sorry, we're having a technical issue
I
here.
told Suzanne I was gonna have to split you up because you're always talking at It's not nearly as bad as Ray Watkins was with the chit chatting, remember? How are we doing? Do. You want to come down? No, just. So Natalie, how many kids did you have at your door last night?
Like 25.
Oh, really? That's not very many.
We're on the cul-de-sac. It's pretty sleepy.
Okay, yeah.
I had over 200, Natalie.
Bill,
Yeah, but you're on the Halloween street. I know where you live.
Bill, how many did you have?
We stopped counting at 420.
420 kids.
It's because you're giving out full-size chocolate bars. I sent everybody over there.
They get one Smartie. He's opening up the box. This is Smartie.
We wanted to put up a sign that said limit one pierogi per child, but we just didn't get up in time. I thought that'll really limit the number of people who come.
We ran out. We ran out of candy. I liked them.
That would weigh them down so bad.
This is not eggshells.
Did they? It's because of the pickles.
Remember when Bam used to do the pickle or the pumpkin slingshot off of Seven Hills? We should put that in the budget.
No.
Diane, how much would it cost to buy a slingshot? A pumpkin slingshot.
If we schedule it for like the first week of November, we can get those pumpkins cheap.
Yeah.
So just timing.
How we doing? Oh, it's up.
The
Okay.
short second is over. Yep.
Hey, take it away.
Thank you. This afternoon, we'll continue, as already mentioned, with our functional budget presentations, beginning with planning and engineering services. Next slide, please. The engineering services and planning and development departments work closely together to manage the city's growth and sustainability. This includes the monitoring of quality and safety of buildings, land developments, and public infrastructure writ large. Specifically, engineering services stewards the city's infrastructure, which enables connectivity and growth while adhering to professional standards and regulations. They deliver a high level of service and high quality, sustainable infrastructure through collaboration. The department provides engineering services covering a wide variety of areas of specialization, including the city's transportation network, infrastructure and asset management, servicing and urban development, and corporate project management. Our planning and development team, on the other hand, ensures that St. Albert grows in a safe, responsible, and sustainable, deliberate manner. The planning branch manages land use in the city, including long-range planning, reviewing subdivision applications, formulating land use plans and policies, and conducting public consultations on proposed land use changes. This branch also provides mapping and addressing functions and affordable housing initiatives. The development branch administers the permitting and compliance certificate process, as well as ensuring building and renovation design meets high quality standards expected by our residents. The Building Inspection Services branch oversees the physical construction of all structures within St. Albert, ensuring safety and code compliance. Next slide, please. This slide shows the overall impact for the 2024 proposed budget as compared to the 2023 revised budget. The net impact is an increase of $397,000, mainly a result of, on the revenue side, a $75,000 increase in license and permits consistent with rate increases. And on the expense side, $123,000, which is an increase to salaries and wage benefits due to annualization of salaries. $125,000 increase in contracted and general services due to increases in asset data collection, contracted services and subscriptions. $258,000 increase to materials, goods and supplies and utilities due to increased utility costs. Next slide, please. So we look at the resource request. Additional capacity is needed in both planning and development and engineering services to keep up with the physical growth of our city and the increasing complexity of development. Building inspectors are tasked with complex technical details of reviewing plans and inspecting construction to ensure building life and safety, ensure adequate building life and safety while scheduling their own appointments and trying to establish and maintain contact with owners and builders. The proposed building compliance officer will take over the administrative duties of inspectors and create efficiencies, freeing up capacity for more technical inspector tasks, thereby increasing efficiency. Planning and development has not added a development officer since 2012. And our ability to meet service levels and remain attractive to investment is at risk because of the increased volume and complexity of applications. The addition of this development officer would help minimize that risk and ensure that we remain on the Premier's radar as one of the best lowest process timeline cities in the province. A bottleneck in the joint planning and engineering development process has been identified at the engineering development review. We currently have 2 supervisors who are responsible for subdivision development reviews, including all drawing reviews and construction inspections. With the increase in development volume and potential future increases due to annexation, we believe a 3rd FTE is needed. Finally, a municipal land specialist. Having a staff member dedicated solely to land management would enable the city to develop a number of strategies, policies, and standardized procedures to protect city land interests. Currently, we do not have any dedicated land positions, and the required work ends up being siloed and is completed on an ad hoc basis. Having one centralized department where other departments would come for land management expertise would save time, eliminate multiple departments asking the same people for the same information, be more efficient, and simplify our tracking procedures holistically. Next slide, please. Moving to the capital side, an update to the Transportation Master Plan through the creation of the Mobility Choices Long-Range Strategy will set policy and principles and guide how the city will respond to growth impacts, growth service delivery, capital investment, and our role in regional transportation and transit planning. A budget of $1 million is required to complete this work. The Active Transportation Plan project targets completion of engineering, design, and construction of new sidewalk and trail structures to eliminate gaps within the existing active transportation network. This is currently budgeted at $510,000. Completion of engineering design and construction of Meadowview Lane to connect Rankin Drive with Mission Avenue is planned for $340,000. This charter includes the relocation of the at-grade rail crossing at Meadowview Drive. Investing $362,000 into the neighborhood traffic calming will continue the work to complete traffic safety improvements within neighborhoods inclusive of school zones and playground zones. Through the Transportation Network Improvements Charter, the city will continue to perform improvements to intersections that result in enhanced safety or improved levels of service and reduce congestion and delays. As the city continues to grow, more investment is needed in planning for that growth. The Transportation Network Preliminary Engineering Charter is for the conceptual planning and preliminary engineering design of future arterial roadway improvements related to the servicing of new developments. This charter is for approximately $560,000. Permitting software modernization will allow us to modernize the planning and development application process, resulting in greater efficiencies and improved customer service at a cost of $450,000 upfront. And finally, we will work with regional partners to explore the creation of additional housing options to address issues of affordability and accessibility. The investment into this charter of $112,500 will allow the city to leverage and access provincial, federal, and non-governmental funding. Next slide. In summary, for 2024, Planning and Engineering Services is proposing an overall net increase of $397,000 over the 2023 revised numbers. Key influences are increases in licenses and permits consistent with rate increases, offset by annualization of salary costs, utility costs, and contracted services. This concludes my presentation for Planning and Engineering Services, pending your questions.
Pending questions. What are the odds are that we got questions? I got nobody stepping up. Councillor Jolly, you good? No questions? Sheena, go ahead.
Let me just find my question page. I had another page open in case I wrote more notes, but I didn't have more notes. So you talked about the development officer. I remember this one that even went in my notes. You talked about the development officer not having been replaced since 2021. Now, I remember in the time when Bob Russell was on council, I know this is before you, Mr. Fletcher, but might be before some people, but I know he put in a motion that was approved for additional staff person in planning and development, and I thought it actually went to another development officer. Do we remember where actually that person went to?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll ask Adrian Slatter, Director of Planning and Development, to answer that.
Once I find my notes. There it is.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. We didn't get a funded position for development branch. It might have been, I'm trying to even think if we had added maybe a planner back, that would have been what, 8 years ago or something like that. But I'd have to check my records, to be honest, to see what position was added then.
So if you put those questions, I had like a billion of them. Think you're gonna get off the hook? No. Can you put up the list of, just because I'm trying to find it, can you put up the list? I remember some stuff I said of what we're asking for. So the development officer, we said that the increase is going quite substantial recently with the development officer for like not development officer, the building planning guy. How are we handling the requests right now for the increase in building permits? Not building permits, building inspections. How are we handling that right now?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So right now, the individual building inspectors are managing all of those requests and calls with the assistance of a permitting technician, but that permitting technician is kind of just with the software that we're using currently, and with the volume that we have, their ability to provide assistance isn't there right now. So the building inspectors, on top of actually doing the inspections, are trying to coordinate all the inspections, all the meeting times, et cetera. And then particularly when people miss appointments and things like that, then they have to do the follow-up calls and try to track down those applicants to try to schedule meetings. So right now it's all at the hands of the actual inspectors generally.
So is the problem that we don't have the software? Is that what you're saying? Or because there's nothing in there about the software change, right? So I'm just trying to get a picture here, Adrian.
Yeah, so right now, with what we have in place and with the volume that we have in place, and with the inspections that are being conducted, everybody is kind of maxed out on time. Those inspectors are maxed out on time. They're probably doing more than they're doing more. They're going above and beyond for sure on their day-to-day duties. And so the intent of this was to offload that to more administrative roles, so that administrative role could coordinate schedules and line up appointments and inspections and things of that nature, and let the inspectors actually just do the inspections.
Okay, so I guess that my question is, why are we not asking for that software though? If one of the problems is that the software is lacking, why are we not asking for the software to improve that situation and just asking for a manpower instead?
We are asking for the software
As well? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and so has the number that they're actually approving changed dramatically though? Like, because the city tends to grow at a pretty steady pace. So I don't think that we could start it even if we had like paddles. So is the number actually increasing though, or is it just that we're having problems with the software? Like, that's where I'm trying to come to terms with right now, Adrian, is how many more are we approving right now that we were not approving, let's say 5 or 6 years ago?
Yeah, so I'll try to answer that. So last year we had 5,700 building and mechanical permit applications.
Yep.
The prior year was 5,800, and then the next highest year over the past decade was 4,700. So 1,100 permits more in the last 2 years per year than any of the previous 10 or 15 years. So we've seen a substantial increase in permits, and we're seeing a really significant growth right now, particularly on the electrical side of things. One thing that we saw through COVID is between aircon and hot tubs and EVs, we're seeing just a huge increase in the amount of electrical permits, and all of those require multiple inspections generally. So our building inspectors and our mechanical inspectors are generally seeing significant growth over the past several years here.
Okay. So what are we forecasting the number will be this year coming up? I know it's early, but what are you thinking is coming? Like, is he maintaining it or?
Yeah, I laugh because I've had recent talks about forecasting growth. It's something that's it's fairly difficult to do. From what I look at our numbers, I think the last numbers that I sent council for September, we were slightly behind in revenue, and I think ballpark close on number of permits themselves. And then those permits have multiple inspections, and we do know that we're having we've got at least 2 potentially large multifamily projects that are coming in, that there'll be a permit, but they will be hundreds of inspections over the next year to year and a half, 2 years, something like that. So I think that we're trending more towards that 5,500, 5,600 kind of permit range.
And what kind
as a loose ballpark, yeah.
And what kind of a delay are we looking at to, like, let's say I have a building and I want to get it done because I have a hot tub.
Mhm.
I just bought a car and I want to charge it up.
Yeah.
Um, why not? Like, let's just throw everything in the mix there, right? And I have an addition. I don't care. So what kind of a timeline am I looking at a delay to actually get that inspection done?
So basically we issue all permits within, on a residential house, our goal is to issue those permits within a week of receipt or a week of acceptance. And then the scheduling of those permits is on the availability of the individual inspectors, so it can vary. I don't know, it's probably generally within a week or two.
Okay.
And then to be honest, we're still working through, and I think we've made great progress, but the backlog from inspections that we weren't able to do during COVID, because we ended up with, I think the number was more than 1,000 inspections that didn't occur over COVID time. So that's been substantially reduced, but we're still working on that number. And that's where you end up kind of with, once you miss that window of opportunity, trying to track people down to get back into buildings and stuff like that, it becomes substantially more work to get that inspection scheduled and conducted.
Do we charge anything if there's a no-show?
We do. We've increased our double fee or our non-show fees, and in this master rates bylaw, we actually increased it substantially more because we were finding that we were substantially below market for the region.
Yeah.
And we had heard that we came to understand that some of the builders that we were dealing with, the price was not high enough to be punitive. And so they were scheduling us and then basically wasting some of staff time just on the off chance they might be ready. So now we've increased those fees through the master rates bylaw.
So is there a lot of overtime going on with these two positions that we have, or are they able to basically, they're still working in regular working hours?
Yeah, I mean, they're working within regular hours. I think that,
Okay.
if you asked an inspector when the last time they sat down for an hour lunch, I don't know when that would be, but
Right.
they're doing a lot of
Finishing at 5,
multitasking.
so.
Yeah.
Okay. So they're working on Monday to Friday and they're still working, other than the fact that they're maybe donating their lunch by their own choice at this point, because I understand that just you feel the urgency to try to get things done. And we're looking at about a 1 to 2 week delay. Has the delay increased dramatically? Or
It is growing. It is growing. That's what we're seeing.
okay, but by a lot or by a little bit right now?
I think it's by a decent amount. Again, going to the fact that you're now having an inspector that's trying to fit in more inspections, re-inspections, backtrack on work that they weren't able to do during COVID, and then also coordinate, future stuff and the stuff that's coming in currently. So I think it's growing by a decent amount. I think that's,
If we were to
I don't know what percentage to put on that or anything though.
Okay, I might just ask that as a follow-up then, because I just don't know.
Sure.
I'm just gonna write decent, and that way I remember what to do it, because it just tells me on the definition of decent.
If you want to submit a budget info request and we can try to get some more specifics around that, that's fine. Yeah.
I'll do that. That way you don't have to try to figure it off the top of your head. So the development officer, so if we haven't increased it since 2012, and yet the number of applications has increased, how are we handling this deficit? Like how, if it's been 11 years is what you're telling me. So
Yeah.
how have we been handling the increased workload then?
Yeah, so I don't know if you recall, but administration did come to council with an amendment to the land use bylaw to address how we permitted signage. I think it was about 2 years ago. So we reduced significantly the number of sign permits that we had to handle by extending the duration of those permits, those temporary permits. But other than that, again, we're kind of seeing that it's not only the volume, it's the complexity and to be frank, the amount of back and forth that is occurring on a lot of these development projects that we're seeing now, it's also substantially increased over the past several years where, previously a development officer might, issue a decision on something or provide an applicant with some corrections, and instead of the applicant making the corrections, it becomes like a weeks long or longer drawn out back and forth about what is and isn't acceptable. So we're just seeing more and more of that, more pushback on some of the regulations, and just the complexity. We're seeing, like some of these infill projects, some of these more mid-rise and higher type of projects, we're seeing that they're taking substantially longer to handle those files.
So basically, the increase has just increased the amount of lag time between that and completing the file. Is that what you're saying? Like if we had the additional person, how much, I mean, I'm not going to say, okay, you're going to take it down by a week or something, but is that what you're saying is basically over the past decade, it's just increased the lag time because of the workload? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, we're seeing an increase, and I don't want to, I guess I don't want to overstate it. I think our overall across the board, all permits response time to decision is still, I think this year it's going up a little bit just because we have so many hands on deck working on the land use bylaw, but it's still, I think, less than 6 business days across all permits. But what we're seeing is we're getting greater variance. We're getting more of these permits that are chewing up significant amounts of time, and we don't have the resource to be able to handle the volume that seems to be coming in. Yeah.
So is the development officer, I'm going to call it division. I know it's not the right word, but you know what I'm saying.
It's the development branch, yes.
Branch, we'll go with that. So are they seeing a lot of overtime then as well?
We're definitely seeing some overtime with that branch, yes.
And do you know why the things are coming in more complex? Is it that we need to, like, if you think that once we update the land use bylaw, do you think it would be simplified, or are people just coming up with off the wall ideas that are just difficult, or what's causing it to be so complex all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I think that honestly, like I think that we're seeing more of a anti-regulatory pushback. Probably that's grown over these past couple of years. I think we started to experience it with COVID, with some of the kind of requirements through COVID. I think we've seen that. I think that we have seen a lot of developers that frankly, or builders that are coming in with plans and pro forma that are based on other communities, and they don't want to come in and meet St. Albert standard for development, and they push back and push back and push back. And those are probably the two kind of biggest things that I see. Is just I think that our group, the development branch, still for sure goes out of their way to try to make things as understandable to applicants as possible. And frankly, as we continue to grow, it's probably a service level that we can't continue, because it's still very much hands-on. And we are looking at our processes. As you're aware, we've got that process improvement that we'll be doing this fall here. But we're looking at our processes to make sure that what we're doing is understandable to the layperson or the professional developer or builder. But we are still seeing, red line drawings just continually. And I think that that's the other part of it. Is I think some developers and builders are frankly happy to rely on public staff to in part design some of their projects, because they're not putting in the work with their consultants to do the job that they should have done with our standards in place.
Okay, so this sounds like more of a trend than a fad of what's happening with this, and I can see that just continue.
It's definitely growing, yeah.
Okay, that helps me quite a bit. A couple more questions and I'll just leave it to somebody else and see if they have more, and then I'll come back later because I've got a bunch for you guys. The housing plan, I'm going to go to page 155. So I'm trying to figure out what this is going to accomplish.
Yeah.
Because, and let me tell you my concern, and then you can talk, Adrian, because I really want to hear your input on this, is I understand that we have the housing diversity, but we've already changed the land use bylaw and we're potentially changing it again next year. And we've done what as a city we can do. So determining that we still have a housing need or we need a housing affordability isn't going to change anything. So what is this intended to accomplish?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. So I don't know if you recall this, but the intent back in time was that if we set aside, it was predicated on a ballpark $5 per household rate to set aside for the city to be able to be a partner or to take advantage of partnership opportunities in affordable housing that came up over time. So it wasn't set for any specific thing. The idea was to start to build a pool of funds that could be used either when enough money was available to do a project in and of itself, or to partner with somebody who was building a project and was willing to create affordable units as part of that project. And so that's what this Plan 009 is to start to create that pool of funds. And you are correct that, through the land use bylaw, we're definitely looking at are there levers that we can pull that would help to create more opportunity for units or affordable units within the city. But this is just one of those things that we understand that if you don't have money or land, you're not getting a seat at the table for some of these opportunities, really.
Okay, so let me just expand on this with you then, just so I understand, because this has helped me a little bit. So you only have it listed for 1 year.
Yeah.
It's not, and so, but what it sounds like to me is that this is intended to be an ongoing project. Is that right? Or is it just?
I think that's correct, Councillor Hughes. The intent was that every year you would do 100, 100, 100, or one, I guess with inflation now it's adjusted to 112 or something around that. But that would be the idea, is that you create this pool that you continue to build over time so that you're able to take advantage of opportunities.
And then, so it's going to be like a reserve to put in towards an affordable housing project. Is like, I'm just thinking, why don't we just give this money to the Housing Society and give them 100,000 specifically towards new capital and do that where they can take the action and then move it forward and potentially put almost a new unit every other year, as opposed to putting it into something else. I'm not sure what we would even be doing. I guess, what opportunities are you thinking that we could have that wouldn't just be able to be done faster if we just didn't give it to another organization as a grant specifically for usage of something else?
Yeah, so again, I think the idea is with some of the current projects that have come up in this past year, the builders have reached out to us to say, hey, do you have any sort of money for affordable housing projects? If so, we would be happy to build units or to set aside units or designate units as affordable housing And right now, we don't have any resources to say yes, we could participate in that way. And I think you don't need $100,000 to create a unit. I think when we did our basement suite grant program, the number was somewhere. It was around 17,000 or something like that on average to create a secondary suite. So there are opportunities out there for either to create suites and fund suites that way, or to partner with different projects that are already coming online.
And the basement program is over, right? That's been gone for a while, right?
That's correct. Yeah, that was I think that was provincial grant of I think it was over $1 million anyway that we utilized to create quite a few basement suites throughout the city.
Okay, so this is, if I understand you correctly, Adrian, is kind of spurred on because some developers are like, hey, if you want to give us money, we'll build you affordable housing units. Okay. Well,
If I could, Counselor, just
Yeah.
to build on that very quickly. Whether it's a developer or an entity is seeking other levels of government funding, so the province and the feds principally, they're much more successful when they've got a partner. That partner doesn't necessarily need to be the municipality. It can be an external organization of some sort, to your point. But without that skin in the game, as it were, they're unlikely to be successful. And right now, as a city, we're unable to provide that incentivization to those elements. And so we have missed out on a couple, I think, of opportunities for some increased affordable below market, at the very least, housing in St. Albert, because we were unable to partner with a developer for the application component of that. So 22 St. Thomas is a very good example, but in that case, council's deliberate decision was to do the land as a donation in kind. But it's that model that equates to success at province and federal level.
Okay, I'm not sure about the absolute need to do it this way, but I'll just let questions go. I'll come back after a
Yeah.
minute. Thank you for
Get some
this.
other people going. Councillor Killick.
Thank you. I'll just have a follow on to Councillor Hughes's question around affordable housing. The 112.5 is that to hire a person, or is that just a fund that if the other levels of government came forward with a program that said we have matching or we have money available so that they would match and participate with us? I'm just not sure. Are we hiring a person, or is it money we're kind of putting in reserve?
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. So that money is strictly set aside to be a pool to be accessed for affordable housing opportunities. It's not for staff or anything of that nature. It's something that the city could utilize, as Mr. Fletcher had indicated, to have skin in the game for different opportunities, or when a developer or builder comes in and is doing a project, to have that available that we could potentially obtain or attain additional affordable housing.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I wasn't, it's kind of a pot of money that would allow us to apply possibly for other grants or partnerships, et cetera. So that's
correct. Yes.
Clear. Thank you. The transportation master plan update for $1 million. Just to make sure I'm thinking in the right way here, that's a 2-year consulting contract to develop the transportation master plan, 24 research and final report in 2025. Is that right?
I think that's actually Donnie George, Director of Engineering. So who's online? I'll ask her to respond to that.
Thank you, Bill, and thank you, Councillor Killick, for the question. The short answer is yes. It's about 18 to 24 months that we are estimating for the master plan to be completed and the final report published.
So with the previous plan, in the background, it said we implemented nearly 80% of the recommendations out of the transportation master plan, and that previous plan was good till 2027. So I'm a little, it clearly says 2027, we're 80% there. What are we going to get that will be new and different and better than just continuing on with the existing plan out to 2027 and finishing the other 20%?
Thank you for the question again. I'll take the first general answer, and then if Dean wants to add to it, I can give him the phone. Generally, when the master plan gets to the tail end of its implementation, it becomes a little stale, and then we need to look out for the next 25 to 30 years. So recently, with the update to the MDP that we have completed, the annexation that we have completed, we were holding up on this master plan update because of the transit concerns that we had, and then now that's completed. we can definitely include the transit master plan and combine that with the transportation master plan. So yes, there's a few more years left in the plan, but we are kind of at the tail end that we need to look out for the next 25. That's how the master planning exercise occurs. Hence the request to get in line with that master planning exercise right now until we wait, instead of waiting for another 5 years to have all 100% of the items completed. So certainly some of the items that are not completed would definitely be carried forward if it's still relevant to the next master planning exercise. So with that, I would ask Dean if I missed any points. If you want to add to that, please go ahead.
Thank you, Donnie, and Councillor Killick for your question. Just to expand a little bit, is some of the differences and the impact to complete the mobility strategy sooner versus later is recognition, of course, with the annexation that the previous TMP, the master plan, hadn't accounted for any kind of detailed planning. We've done some bridging documentation and whatnot to give us some concepts in that area, but to service that and bring it on for our service levels and recognizing what our network impacts will be and under kind of updated growth scenarios. This is one of the benefits of advancing the mobility strategy as well. And then on top of that is regional consideration, where since our previous TMP was completed, there's been a regional master plan, transportation master plan completed as well, that we could best align to and kind of advance our further programming and network improvements, completion of just recognizing the inputs from the MDP being completed. It's best to advance that in a timely fashion following those kind of key documents as well.
Dean, it's day 1 of Movember.
It's a filter that can be applied.
Day 1 of growth. Keep going, Councillor.
We are talking about growth budgets, I guess, but I didn't expect that segue, but it was a good one. Much better than I'm doing. You can't even tell I'm trying. The other question, and it was kind of raised by Donnie, was will this address Councillor Broadhead's request for a transportation master plan looking at kind of our bus network now that the regional one is no longer moving forward? Is that a key component of this?
The short answer is yes. The transit master plan typically historically has remained as a separate master plan. Our objective here is combining that with the transportation master plan, which we call it mobility choices, the transit being one of them.
Okay, transit included. Okay. The other question, I guess, just want to ensure that moving on, and that the next one on active transportation, that's purely continuing construction. The previous project is all planning, consultant planning. The next project is actually building the 2 identified sections of sidewalk plan. They're pretty short sections in Riel Park and Campbell Park, I think.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Killick. I'll let Dean take that question.
And my question is there sidewalk on one side and we're now completing sidewalk on a second side, or is there no sidewalk there at all?
Thank you, Donnie and Councillor Killick. So in the upcoming immediate short-term projects, there's actually no sidewalk provision in the area. Sorry, excuse me. In the Riel Business Park, the 2024 program is anticipated to deliver the second phase of completing sidewalk on the one side of Riel Drive, on the depending on the kind of curve, so the north or west side of Riel Drive. There's little stubs on the east side, on the opposite side, but largely just to connect to transit stops. So, but the full corridor connectivity occurs on just one side of the roadway.
And again, for bus stops.
That's correct. Yeah, to connect for the opposing side of the roadway, just to ensure that there's a connection and accommodation connectivity to the transit stops as well.
Okay. Thank you. The next one, and I'll be issuing a more detailed request on this, but so stop me if you'd like to have it in writing and chance to reply. But it's really on the Meadowview Lane and rail crossing. And thank you for the response to the budget information request. I appreciate that. The question I had is looking long-term for growth in that area with our heritage site, the increased traffic coming out of Riverside, and the change in plan, which moved away from what was anticipated early on as a potential site for a traffic circle versus a T intersection, which we have budgeted now. And it was mentioned that there was significant budget savings of going to a T intersection instead of a traffic circle there. But our standard, we've just spent a lot of time planning and convincing residents and council that traffic circles are better. They're a smoother way to move traffic. There's no delays. They act as traffic calming. They reduce collisions by, all of those good things of decreasing the angle. They move traffic more efficiently. So I'm wondering why we moved away from a traffic circle to a T intersection, especially when, at the end of a ball tournament, the volume of traffic through there is crazy. And more along terms of what is the budget savings, even forecast, recognizing that the money in the plan this year is just to do the design work, and it's 3.4 million forecast to build in 2026. So is this the long-term right solution for that intersection, and how much are we really saving? And if that needs to be in a more detailed, like written response BIR, that I'm and postpone motion, I'm prepared to do it that way too.
Thank you, Councillor Killick, for the question. I will let Dean answer it first, and if it needs to be a BIR, we can take that as well. Go ahead, Dean.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Killick. I think I might respond back to say, if my answer provides you enough detail and confidence, then we can go from there. But a BIR, I would say, if you want like a detailed cost analysis comparison between the roundabout and T intersection, we're more than happy. We can get that for you in regards to those details. But overall, we'll start with the overall value. We're in and around, I believe the variance was with the consideration of necessary realignment of the roadway and whatnot to do the deflection for the roundabout and all infrastructure and utility considerations, and all in and around the value between $1.6 to $1.8 million difference between a roundabout to T intersection, what's being proposed there. With it, I would say yes, that the consideration for the redesign of the intersection has accounted for not only the immediate traffic patterns and the demands of the existing community, Riverside, as well as Mission and the recreational areas, but forecasted growth as well, using the full build out of the Riverside community and the land uses of the heritage sites and the ball diamonds as well. So, and through it, the reason for the change is all of those benefits and the I'll say the positives around the roundabout operations are applicable and considered, right? They absolutely, roundabouts provide a fantastic, efficient and safe way for road users to travel through an intersection. But on the same token, what we want to look at is the necessity for a roundabout. They are costly, and in terms of like a T intersection for the roadway functions and the adjacent land use and the volumes anticipated to be experienced, the T intersection can operate effectively and efficiently under our forecasted demands. And so we don't want to overbuild a roadway. I don't think in the future it also does not eliminate the potential for an upgrade to occur. But for right now, we're not anticipating, I guess, We're not providing a Cadillac version of an intersection that may be over designed for what the needs would be. And the T intersection, I would say I just want to kind of caveat this to say we're not eliminating the consideration of safety and whatnot as well. Like the intersection is anticipated. I mean, assuming drivers are safe and road users are safe, that they can operate quite effectively and efficiently and safely through this design that's proposed.
Okay, thank you. And like I said, the detail you had provided already in the background or the BRR was great and clear. I really appreciate, and the map kind of showed that all out. So, but when I hear it's potentially 30% more roughly to the budget, 1.6 to 1.8 more million for a roundabout, I would be hard pressed to make that business case, I think. So it looks like we've got the optimal solution with the optimal budget, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
Councillor Broadhead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Back to Plan 009, housing options, ongoing funding. I actually like the plan. I think it gives an opportunity to provide seed money that may be available for things, all things housing, affordable housing. My question is around sustainment of the fund and growing of the fund. Fair number of options there. What I didn't see was a proposal for one on an ongoing basis. Care to comment?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. So I think in the past, to be honest, the proposal was for it to be ongoing, and I suspect that when I updated them, it just got left out. So I know that finance has kind of indicated that in order for this to move forward with that fund in the future, it would have to be something that would switch to an operating fund or operating business case to fund that on an ongoing basis.
I would say, I think, Councillor, please go ahead. And, in this instance, it is a year. So we've asked for the $112,000 for 1 year. To use perhaps a bad analogy, we can test drive it and take a look at it. And
fair enough.
I think the intent then would be to come back and probably codify it as an ongoing moving forward, providing there are no unforeseen circumstances that arise. So.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I suspect that if it goes well, you have a number of different options that you may want to consider. I was just looking for that, perhaps. But anyway, Plan 011 permitting software, 400 and some odd grand. Just some question around the whole structure of the IT infrastructure within the city of St. Albert. This is a significant investment. There's others as well. You talked yesterday or on Monday around having a holistic look in terms of enterprise resource management. How is, like, we're spending significant amounts of money in here, and here. How are you tying that all together to make sure that, we're not misbuying something for significant money when it could all be put together?
Yeah, thank you. Perhaps I'll offer some introductory comments, and then I'd ask Adrian and Joanne from IT to expand. This is exactly, you've hit the nail on the head, right? I mean, there's some significant investments. In this particular instance, it's planning and engineering who drives the requirements, and IT has a hand in ensuring that the ones and zeros are appropriate, or that the architecture is appropriate such that it can all be knit together. We're not in a position to buy an enterprise management system all in, so this will be cobbled together over years. But the trick is to ensure that it's all compliant and all able to talk to one another. And that's about as technical as I'm able to get on you, Councillor. So again, I'll ask, I assure you that one of the reasons this has taken so long is to make sure that actually it's compliant from an IT perspective writ large. Adrian, did you want to make any comments? And then Joanne could probably say that far more intelligently than I did.
Yeah, thank you, Bill. So I think you summarized it pretty well. We've had a substantive number of discussions about just that question, Councilor Broadhead, about making sure that to the extent possible, our softwares can communicate with each other. So I know that one of the things that Ms. Graham is looking at is asset management as kind of the foundational software for the city. And then if this were to be approved, to make sure that the permitting software that we would select would be able to speak to that software in some way or other and utilize the same foundational databases so that we don't have to create extra work and that we're not kind of creating a bunch of one-offs unless there is no option other than to create a bunch of one-offs. So we, IT and planning and development, have had a number of conversations, and Ms. Graham can speak further to it, but it is definitely on our radar that we want to be cognizant to the extent possible of having softwares that communicate with each other.
Yeah. I'll leave it with you. I imagine at some point in time, the city's going to look at doing a dive into something like SAP, or I'm sure there's others out there as well, but I don't imagine that comes cheap.
It's not cheap, and I think St. Albert is certainly approaching the expansion. I think in terms of our operations, it's going to require that discussion in the next little while. Absolutely.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks. Municipal land specialist. Sorry to go back to this one. I read the backgrounder with interest. We've been doing land for as long as it's been around. I know you say that it's being written off the corner of the desk, and that's never a good thing, but you also say that this person be responsible for writing policy and stuff like that. Can't imagine that they'd be authorizing the policy. That would be much further up to. Is this the right year to do this?
Yeah, thank you very much, Councillor. This is actually I think one of our priorities. So as we look at, the expansion of our planning effort to be deliberate into the annexed lands, as opposed to trying to play whack-a-mole, what we're trying to do is come up with a deliberate, cogent approach to land management across the entirety of the architecture of the space we've got. I think over time, this has been a function that's existed and fallen off, and certainly I believe that now is the time as we look at Lakeview is a key priority. Where's the next Lakeview? What are we doing with the Badgerlands? Where are we looking at the expansion, not only of city assets, but then also the designations across the board? I'd certainly offer to either Adrian or Donnie if you've got any additional comments on that.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave it at that. I appreciate your direction on that. Back to Meadowview land, that engineering 080. First off, I'm pretty stoked that this is here, Donnie, and just to let you know. But as I look at the capital growth plan, there's Rec 050, the Meadowview construction. Do these two play out together? I guess I'm more looking for the construction money in 2025 rather than 2026, but that's just me. I don't know how these two play out.
Donnie, please go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. I would probably ask Dean to step in while I look through my notes, so he may have the answer quick up on his sleeve.
Okay.
My apologies. Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. So I just have to have a look. I'm not gonna lie, I don't have the rec charter. Is there a name with it as well? This is the recreational, is it the trail connectivity?
Yeah, the Meadowview construction there. Do those two, are they codependent? I guess my question is, it looks like for the rec there's 5 million there. Like, does it have anything to do with the roads? Because I didn't see the Rec 050 program. So I don't know.
I would say at the risk of not sounding like we're collaborating here, there may not be direct alignment. There may be benefit from one to the other, but we're not looking at the coordination of the two projects or anything at this exact moment in terms of the timelines and delivery. The intent with the Meadowview Lane road work is really kind of twofold: to provide the connectivity from the existing road right away. So, okay, I see now it is the trail. So the rec project itself is associated with the trail connection, which is good in terms of the overall active mode connectivity along the river. It does, I guess, kind of supplement, but it's not reliant between the two projects or anything like that. Like one won't necessarily fail without the other, but it's just overall better network connectivity with both projects. And in terms of the active modes, the rec project provides that linkage from the east-west along the north side of the river, and the Meadowview Lane provides beyond just the active transportation improvement, because the alignment goes in that, of course, with the Meadowview Lane, there's active accommodation for pedestrians and cyclists as well, but vehicle access to the Riverside community, which the rec won't be necessarily providing.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe let me rephrase the question then. Why the 1 year gap between planning and construction? Is there a requirement there?
It's largely just for the timeline. The one thing is just to ensure we don't want to put ourselves in a position, kind of twofold, to ensure that the design allows for necessary engagement with stakeholders and to get the best out of the design that we can. And then at the same time, put us in a position where we can tender our construction projects in a good fashion to get cost-effective results when in our tendering. So, because if we try and do, as an example, an engineering design and construction project in a single year, often we're kind of put in a position where we may not get the best results for tendering kind of late in the construction season itself. And so with this timeline with the Meadowview Lane, we're anticipating that we'll get some detailed design work going. We have to coordinate and collaborate with a development partner in the area as well, in the Riverside area. And then we want to make sure that all our stakeholders are well engaged, and we're looking for, if there are opportunities in terms of any kind of, delivery of the project, and notice to stakeholders as well of disruption for construction.
Okay, appreciate that. Then when I hear Riel Drive crossing is fixed, my hair will turn red again. So there you go. Thank you. And those are all my questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Broadhead. Councillor Bermansky, you're up next.
Thank you, through the mayor to administration. First question I have is the permit turnaround time has been touted at many, provincial and municipal events as like St. Albert's doing a great job of that. And then I'm hearing kind of the opposite here, that we're falling behind. The question I have is like the 1,000, I guess it's really more the compliance backups from COVID. Are they, was there any means of catching up over the last year? Like, you've got 4,700 permits, you said was your last biggest year. What year was that?
Adrian?
Yeah, I was just trying to get to the mute button there. Thank you, Councillor Bermansky, for the question. So I'll just read my numbers here if you give me a minute. So in 2022, all building and mechanical permit applications was 5,700. In 2021, it was 5,825. The year before that was 4648. The year before that was 3851. So the 5-year average is 4,700 permits per year. And we, in the past 2 years, we've seen it go up by more than 1,000. So more than 25% from that 5-year average in each of the past 2 years. So what the building inspectors do is, if they do have time in their schedules, or particularly as the building season slows down, the construction season slows down now, they do go back to that list and they try to work through that list. And we have prioritized trying to catch up to that list. So again, that list, I think it was over, it got to well over 1,000 inspections that were outstanding from COVID. And I'd have to double check that number, but I know that it's less than half of that now for sure.
Okay, it is frustrating hearing 4 years later from COVID, so it's been quite the catch up, I guess. But so your building compliance officers, they make their own schedule and appointments then, right?
That's correct, yes.
Responsible for doing that. Okay, how many building compliance officers do you have? It's not listed here.
Yeah, so there are 2 full-time building officials that are out in the field, and then the manager also conducts inspections. So maybe 2.5 that are regularly out in the field on the building side. And then the mechanical side, we have 2 electrical and 2 HVAC, plumbing, heating, air conditioning, gas.
Okay, and they all work remote then for the best part?
Yeah, they generally come into the office in the morning, check to see if there's any, outstanding things that they need to do or print out anything they need to print out. And then they're operating from their vehicles throughout the day. Yeah, so that's generally how they operate.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had is when it was explained by administration that the utility, collection would be offsetting that, is that fees in utilities for these departments directly or other areas in utilities?
The utility increases that were spoken to are in regards to street lighting, electricity for street lighting.
Okay, at the beginning of this presentation, it was mentioned the job set costs were being offset by a certain dollar amount plus utility amounts.
Was it? You're talking about the overall, the 397,000 increase for the overall increase? Is that what you're
Yes, and
referring
it was
to?
explained it's a portion of that is utilities, yeah, so.
Yes, that is a portion of it. You're looking for the exact increase that relates to.
And which utilities, if it's just fees or what, what you're.
So the utility increases are relating to, the majority of it is to street lighting, electricity, because the electricity costs for street lighting reside in planning and engineering. And the increase on that is 257,000.
That you'd be collecting extra.
Yes, increase from the budget,
Spending.
from the spending and expenses.
Okay,
year over
and
year.
you're transferring that to cover jobs? Is that what I was?
Oh, the 257 that I was referring to is just the increase in electricity costs relating to street lighting. And then there was, I'll have to just look at the other pieces. There was also overall salary increases of 122,000
Okay.
and we're talking about the overall increase for planning and development and engineering as.
No, I don't think, I'll probably try and clarify myself here. It was just mentioned in the presentation that the cost recovery for the new proposed jobs would be supplemented with utility increases, is the way it was just worded.
I don't think.
If that's what I said, then I misspoke. That's not the
Okay.
case. In fact, so there is the annualization of the salaries, which is the normal step
Right.
piece on this. The utility costs and the contracted services is actually an expense writ large, and so that's the increased cost of electricity related to
Oh,
the speed limit.
so it's the opposite then.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, thank you for that. And then I'm going back once more, sorry, to the municipal land specialist. We don't have that position currently, so where would that fit in the, is that their own department all of a sudden? Is that a start of a new area, or where are they working exactly?
No, in this instance, I believe engineering is where we're going to put that individual. It becomes a centralized resource that planning, engineering, and economic development, to be honest, would probably leverage very significantly as we look forward. But it's an individual as part and parcel of the engineering branch.
Okay. And the engineering development supervisor, I guess you have two of those right now, and that was attributed to annexation. A lot of those annexation projects are, I mean, we've been through, and the new land, are you just talking specifically of Lakeview now, or other new lands that that group's still working on?
It's all of the annex lands as we start reaching out and looking at a plan. So Lakeview is the current priority effort. But there's 40 years worth of growth that ultimately someone else needs to look at and plan for. Perhaps I'll leave it there. Donnie, is there anything you wanted to add on that?
Thank you, Councillor Breminski. Just to add to what Bill just shared, it's pretty much to support our growth coming forth. And if planning, Adrian's team is going to be busy, definitely engineering will have to support equally towards all the growth that we will be anticipating in the coming years. The current two supervisors that we have, they're working, they're almost breaking at their seams based on the current volume of work capacity that we have. So that's essentially the ask to get us prepared for the growth in the coming years.
Okay, so there won't be certain groups dedicated to specific development, like say the land specialist won't be working specifically on Lakeview. You're all going to be working together as a team, is what you're telling me?
The land is separate, looking at just land strategy for overall city as a corporation.
Right.
And then the development supervisor position is dedicated to all the land approvals that Adrian's team processes, right? The development agreements, the looking out for the drawings that we get submitted by developers for hundreds of projects that will come down the pipe, and also inspections that will be involved in bringing on the developer contributed assets to the city's portfolio.
Okay, thank you for that. The just the other here. So on the building compliance things that are held off, what happens? Do those people just have to sit there and wait, till we're caught up on their approvals? Or, if they were sitting there with 1,000 things not checked, what happens in the interim? Or do they, are some of them getting frustrated and going ahead kind of thing?
So thank you for the question, Councillor Romanski. So with the backlog, we've been managing that kind of on the side while we process the active applications, and we've been going back. So we're prioritizing those that are active in the door, and then, like I said before, we're going back and trying to take care of some of those lagging inspections, or those inspections that need to occur as we can.
Okay, and the appeal process, like our appeals board and our method of citizens appealing something that's not approved, do you feel that takes too long? Is that what you mean by drawing out the process when someone's not happy with the reply or such?
No, thank you for the question. It's a good one. So I'd have to look at the appeal numbers. I know that this year there have been quite a few appeals for different development permits, but generally what we're seeing is, again, like where in the past, if an application came in and a development officer would say, we've reviewed your plan and you can't, this doesn't meet the land use bylaw because of this setback and this height and this, whatever parking requirement. Instead of that applicant just redlining their plans or revising their plans to meet the city of St. Albert's requirements, it becomes like a long drawn out discussion, and it's just kind of the threat that, well, we'll go somewhere else, or that, well, this community does it this way and you guys should do it this way. And so it's more of along the lines of, they don't want to have to amend their plans. And frankly, some of them have told us that it's cheaper for them to try to go to the subdivision development appeal board than it is for them to try to revise their plans to meet our development standards. So that's what I meant. It's not the fact that once they get a decision, our time to subdivision development appeal board is generally, I think, 3 or 4 weeks, something like that. It's not too bad, but it's all of the in between. And like I said, we're seeing more and more developers, builders that aren't following engineering requirements or land use bylaw requirements, and then it becomes red lines and please correct, and red lines and please correct, and then they won't correct, and then they get upset that we're not approving their document. So it's all of the stuff in between actually getting a final decision. And I guess the alternate would be that we could just be much more hard-nosed and just make an immediate decision at that point, and then just send things through subdivision and development appeal board. But what we're trying to do is gain compliance rather than just, send things through some other appeal body.
Right. And I mean, I'm understanding that you want to meet middle ground, but are you telling or mentioning that there's a lot more red lines and a lot more bigger variances than there used to be as well?
I would say that's the trend, is that it's becoming more commonplace that we're getting pushed back on design. We're not being met. I would say, and maybe this is just fond remembering of days of old or something like that, but I think in the past it used to be, you could say, hey, the height is X and you need to be at this, and they'd say, oh, okay, I didn't know if we could get that accommodated or not. And then that developer would just do that because time was more valuable than money at that point in time. But it seems now in the last number of years, it's been that tide has kind of shifted, and it's been more, well, we're just going to push and try to push and push and push and see what we can get you guys to approve before we actually go to the final decision and then
Right.
appeal. Yeah.
Right. So let's hope we can calm that so it doesn't get worse for you.
Yeah.
So thank you for your answers.
Yeah. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
2 really quick questions. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was pleased, well, maybe I'm not as stoked as Councillor Broadhead, because if I grow red hair, there'd be a investigation. But I guess my question to administration, and I'm not sure if you can answer this, but with the proposed intersection, are the current roads that are being built in the Riverside community, are they able to handle? Do we know that, or would that be part of the consultant's work or the first stage around identifying whether the existing roads that are being built in that community can actually take the expected increase in traffic?
I will absolutely go over to Donnie, who I expect at some point in time will go to Dean. But
You got that part right. Yes, as part of the analysis that the developers usually provide, we do take care in the consideration of all the traffic patterns. So to the details, I would refer to Dean if it's a yes or no.
Yeah, thank you, Donnie. And you answered that. That's so through the neighborhood development, they offer a traffic impact assessment for the neighborhood that shows kind of full build out, and that's what's been utilized to inform on our design. So the short answer is yes, absolutely. The internal roadway is anticipated to support the necessary volumes and operations for the community.
I know there's in the information request that is there, it shows the alignment. Does that alignment go through or close to where that proposed school site is?
Through Councillor Mackay, it's just immediately to the east of the proposed school site. So it's actually utilizing the existing road right of ways, Meadowview Lane. So this is where the coordination collaboration with the developer will come into play, largely more so around the grading for the roadway to the private lots and whatnot. The roadway doesn't back on directly to the proposed roadway, does not back on to the school site itself. There's actual residential development proposed that will be backing onto Meadowview Lane.
All right, thanks. I was concerned. I can imagine. I mean, a number of weeks ago, we had a resident that was concerned about the increased traffic volume at a particular intersection on McKenney. Now we may just be creating another challenge on the other end, but I'm supportive of it, but I just want to make sure that a lot of that is under.
Are you talking about unintended consequences?
I didn't want to say the term, but yes, unintended consequences. And that you touched on this, my second question, Mr. Fletcher, and I think it was going to be a comment, the municipal land specialist. So you implied that there is going to be synergies with the economic development. Would there be any tie into the actual proposed business case that's in front of us for that position there? Or would you see them being entirely separate but working together?
Well, oddly enough, without getting too deep into it, when we did look at the business cases, both economic development and planning engineering had come up with the same request. So we've decided that it's probably best in the early stages to have it reside there, but it will support, or that individual will support everybody. There's absolute efficiencies and synergies to be achieved.
All right, thanks. I think that answers. I just see that there's opportunities potentially. I'm wondering, I mean, if this is a long-term, I mean, I guess the follow-up question then maybe to staff would be, these positions exist in other communities?
Yes.
Anyways, thank you, Madam Mayor. That's my question.
All right, Councillor Hughes.
Okay, it's got a couple left. Adrian, I just want to say that since I've heard about what's going on and the challenges you guys have, I feel like a lot of sympathy right now for planning and the challenges you have. I'm not sure if I'm that patient of a person to put up with it. So the question I had about the mobility choices, is this just the TMP and we're calling it mobility choices? Or because we're including mobility choices, or how does it actually just differ from doing a TMP? Because it's a lot of money. So to me, it just looked like a TMP. So I guess why are we calling it something different?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Certainly, Donnie George can chime in. It's an expanded transportation master plan. So we're incorporating, I think, all modes of transportation under one strategy. And that's the fundamental difference between the old model of the transportation master plan and the current mobility choices strategy.
Okay. The last TMP, I mean, obviously things go up in cost. I'm trying to remember, Donnie, I feel like it was like 800,000, but I could be wrong. Like,
Thank you, Councillor. Yeah, Councillor Hughes, you're absolutely right. I think we had 800K in the past submissions. Why we added additional 200K is to include the transit master plan addition, and that's very comparable to the recent TMP update or transit master plan update that the City of Edmonton has completed. Maybe I could ask Dean to elaborate on the costing side of things.
no, it's okay. I just wanted to, I mean, we did it a few years ago, so I'm just trying to, just trying to remember off of 8 years ago what the number was. Okay, so it's good to know that my memory isn't completely shot. And I understand now with the additional cost, so I'm not going to continue on that thing. It's all good. The other question I had, okay, the software. Adrian, I'm sorry, you're going to have to talk to me again. I know that there's discussions about will they be aligned? But then we also have a business case, and I'm looking at you, maybe Mr. Fletcher, I don't know, maybe you'll be answered. You have the business case to have one person kind of like change the governance decisions about the software, but that person really won't not come into play until sometime next year. But at the same time, we have a request to change the software on this one without really having an oversight of how it will impact everything, because we don't have that position. So how are we able to be assured that we're not going to do this software and then, because it's not cheap, it's almost $500,000, and then not have to redo it because it's not going to be in alignment with everything else because we don't have that going on. So I guess how are we going to compensate for that? Because I'm just wondering, I understand the need for it. I'm not debating that. You guys have talked me into how this is definitely causing extra work, but I'm just not sure if we're putting it too early with the general goal of the government.
No, thank you very much, Councillor. Perhaps I'll ask Joanne Graham, Head of IT, to comment initially, please.
Certainly. Thank you for that question, Councillor Hughes. So what I will say is that in terms of how all the software is aligned, we have actually already established some technical principles when it comes to the software, such as planning software, maintenance management software, and asset management software. And these principles that it's going to interact directly with all of our spatial information is the key tie that is going to tie all the software together. So this principle that we have already adopted is not waiting on any of the IT governance processes. It's one that has already been established. And in terms of the planning between the Enterprise Maintenance Management Asset Management Initiative and the modernization of the permitting and planning software, we have already had discussions about the type of interactions that the two functions need to have, and the timing that is needed between the two projects, given resource capacity, et cetera. So all of that planning has already occurred and is not waiting on any additional resources or IT governance processes.
Okay, so if I hear you correctly, even if we had it, we'd waited a year, we'd probably end up with the same boat. Okay. The other thing is, I don't think there's a maintenance fee put into that. Not that it's going to change whether or not you get it, but is because typically these guys have figured out that there's no sense in selling something to you if they can lease it. So is it actually $500,000 to get it, or is there a maintenance fee?
Yeah. So the answer to this actually would be similar to one that I had a couple of years ago about the maintenance management asset management project. Much of that is going to come forward once we go to market, because you're absolutely right. A number of the operating models for software vendors right now is software as a service in the cloud, the rent versus buy. And we'll have a much better idea once we go to market in terms of what the vendors are looking at this point. At the moment, vendors that have this type of software, as well as the maintenance management asset management, are offering both options. So we'll have a better idea of what exactly that will look like once we go to market.
Okay, well, I'll let you guys do the math on that.
Councillor Hughes?
Yeah.
On page 133 of that business case, there was an annual license fee estimate of 24, 25, 26, but that's in the option, that's in the one option where we would pay a maintenance or licensing fee. So.
Okay, so there's the potential that it could be, let's just say, like $450 up front or the $75,000. It won't be necessarily both if they have the choice, but we don't know right now, I guess is the thing. There's a potential it could be either or but we don't know yet because we haven't picked the guys. Is that correct?
I would say it's to be determined, but I would anticipate from what I understand of the potential softwares that I've seen compared to our municipalities use, there's a substantial upfront investment and then some licensing of varying amounts that would occur over time.
Yeah, they've all figured out that business model. I'm not going to with that. Okay, the other question I had, this isn't to you anymore, Adrian, to Dean, the traffic calming. So have we spent all the money that has been approved for traffic calming to date? Or like what page? I didn't put a page number on there. Talk about, anyway, where are we at with that? Because I know you're asking for more money. And I know that there was previous years where you said we don't need it because we need to catch up. And I'm just not sure where we're at.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Hughes, for that question. And yes, essentially all our current past approved funds have been spent. And so we're at a point now where for the last little bit, we've been utilizing those funds to respond to previously applied areas, communities from residents for traffic calming. And we have new kind of areas that have had requests and that we are unable to necessarily go in and do kind of the formal process and policy following those guidelines for these resident applications.
Okay, and so I believe, if I just go back, so are we just going to be doing Oakmont or are we doing Oakmont Mission? What are you hoping to do with 360?
The intent is actually from the current request is to focus on 3 areas for community engagement, where we've had requests and we've kind of used the operational information to confirm that the areas are validated for traffic calming. But we have to go through the process to engage with residents, perform survey work and whatnot, and confirm that everyone is kind of on the same page with traffic calming. So that's the intent in 3 areas. Right now, the priority areas involve, based on the operational information, the communities in Northridge, Riverside, and Oakmont. And then with that, we anticipate that we'll be able to at least take some form of design and possible temporary measure action subject to the results. So I just want to caveat that to say, I don't want to come to a pre-conclusion here to say that the communities are all going to agree that traffic calming is desired. But that would be the ultimate objective here, is that we have some funding available to actually respond, and assuming that one of those 3 at the very least will support traffic calming, if not all.
And do you have any stats about how effective it's been so far? Like about like whether it's collisions or fatalities, or do you have anything? Because it's been a while now that we've been doing this. So do you want that as a BIR, Dean, or do you just have the information that you can rattle off?
I can share some information. If it's desired, then absolutely we can take for further clarity and details. We can share through a BIR, but I can share that in the general areas, we have seen an overall reduction in actual collisions. So what we've done is prior to this meeting is collected and compiled 3 years previous and then 3 years after following when traffic calming was initiated. And this is involved because, as council is aware, really the main community that has had full community engagement and action on traffic calming is the communities of Erin Ridge North. Other communities, we've implemented some roadway segments improvements, as well as, even temporary measures. So this is inclusive of all those kind of area considerations. As an example, in the Erin Ridge area, we, on the main corridors, we've seen a reduction of, in some areas like Erin Ridge Drive. Previously, in the 3 years previous to measures being applied, we had collisions occurring around 32 collisions along that road segment. They're down to a third of that at 11 following the improvements. Speed overall also in that area, a good indicator that it's had a reduction. We had some areas where they were above 60 kilometers per hour, ranging closer to the 70 kilometers per hour on an average, down to around 48. So not necessarily in regards to the posted speed, but an absolutely reduction, which is a benefit in other areas as well. Lennox Drive is a recent implementation where we had, collisions reduced from 21 previous, they're down to 14, and speeds improved as well. And so we do have these examples where we're seeing these improvements, especially on the collision side. I will say, as an example though, just out of fairness, Grosvenor Grenfell is an example where it's an intersection. It wasn't really a full corridor improvement. But out of fairness here, we had before a collision occur, and since the mitigation measure, we've had 2. The change though, I would just share is the severity of the incident. So we've gone from 1 severe incident where injury was substantial to 2 property damage only. So ultimately, and a benefit in regards to the speed as well at that site. So
The speed has been cut down there, though.
that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, it's difficult to do a sample size when your sample's 1. Like,
Well, and that's again, out of fairness, again, I just want to be upfront with what we have.
Yeah.
And we recognize as well that in some of these areas, traffic calming occurred after the neighborhood speeds have been reduced. And so, there's a compliance here as well that, it's multiple measures. I'd just like to throw that out there too, that in these areas, we're responding holistically to public concerns. There's the engineering aspect, which traffic calming addresses. We collaborate very strongly with our enforcement group. And so there's enforcement aspects as well. But in saying that, as per provincial guidelines and whatnot, enforcement is restricted in certain areas in communities. And so there's going to be a greater reliance in regards to engineering measures to influence driver and road user behavior.
okay. Well, it's good to hear that you have some good news stories from that. So I appreciate that. The other one I had was about the traffic enhancements, because you had listed a bunch of areas you're working on. Hebert, I feel like that's like the never ending. I feel like that's like West's railway. So you have the traffic I just wrote the wrong word. Okay. So you have the traffic enhancements for 330. What do you plan to do with that money for the next year? Because you listed a bunch, like you had Hebert, you had a bunch of them, but I'm like, you can't be working on all of them at the same time. And so some of them might be like in the sweep of what's happening, but not necessarily for that 360. So with the money we're planning to do next year, where we plan to put that attention?
Thank you very much, Councillor Hughes. So specific to the 2024 budget request, what we want to do is actually construct improvements to support public transit operations at the intersection of Giroux and Lockhart, McKinney Avenue and Mission Avenue. and then perform detailed design at St. Albert Trail at Sturgeon Road.
Oh,
So
Santa
that's what the
Okay.
funding will be applied for. Now, in saying that, just for the background as well as the other projects, like you identified, the other locations, they are advancing. Each area is in a little bit different state or status, if you will. So St. Albert Trail, the south corridor from Hebert to the Anthony Henday, we're in early design right now. Similarly, what we're focused on is intersection improvements at Boudreaux and Sir Winston Churchill and Boudreaux and Campbell, where we're in early design stages there. We finished in-service safety reviews of those 3 areas, and we're advancing now kind of very preliminary design work, looking at what could be done to address the safety issues as well as benefit operations at those sites.
Okay, so when I look at the money for 2024, it's 330, and some of them that you listed here are going, but all the money you have for planning right now is like all the financial information is just planning. There's no way this is road actual construction. This is just planning, correct?
Minus the 2 sites in 2024 with the Giroux at Lockhart and McKinney and Mission. Those are construction. We won't see anticipated construction until 2025 at the intersection of St. Albert Trail, St. Anne and Sturgeon. And the reason that that's kind of up there is that it's being coordinated. It is a priority location, but it's being coordinated with planned RMR work. We have road work and concrete work anticipated for there. So we want to try and advance the capital improvements for intersection improvements at the same time for cost efficiencies. And then we're also anticipating that at that time, we'll see where the adjacent development is at on the southwest corner of the intersection of St. Albert Trail and St. Anne as well.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to wait till that's done before we start tearing up the road more. So I guess what I'm asking though is, I look at 2025 as 1.2 million, 2026 is 2.6. Is that for planning or is that for planning and construction? I guess I should have clarified my question.
Yeah, sorry. So 2025 would be inclusive of construction.
Okay.
Significant intersection construction at St. Albert Trail, St. Anne.
And we think we can do it for 1.2 million, really?
I mean, that's what I'm very cautious when I say this now too, is because we're in design work. Design work has yet to be completed. So I've been caught in this before where we have concept estimates and then we get design done and they're significantly different, but we believe we're on the right track with our cost estimate with what would be anticipated for delivery.
Okay, I got one more for, I don't know who, maybe you, Mr. Fletcher, I'll see you want to throw it off too. So you know how the number of inspections has been going up? Wouldn't the inspection fees cover, the increased inspections cover the cost of the inspector? Or is it just because it goes all into one pot? And so that's why we're saying we want more, but wouldn't just the increased revenue from planning be able to cover the increased cost for the building inspector? Because they're not cheap. Even if they just come in to look at it and go, yeah, it's a box, it's $500. I know this. So, and obviously if they have to do more, I'm expecting them to charge more, but maybe they charge a flat rate. I'm not sure, but why are we not charging for cost recovery on this? And if they are paying more, then we could just get it from that. Maybe Diane knows, or I don't know who.
I'll start and then maybe I'll pass it over to Adrian too. We are increasing, of course, our fees and we take that into consideration when we're looking at the fee establishment, but we aren't usually reporting it, the permit revenue against our salaries. So like you said, we're reporting the salaries separately and not offsetting them from the fees. So that's why we've segregated the ask just as an expense and not netted against increased revenue. Adrian, do you have anything further to build on from that?
Yeah, thank you. I was just, I noticed I look like I'm in the witness protection program there. I'm kind of dark, a little fuliginous. Yeah, so with what Ms. Victor has said is correct. Although when we do look at our fees, we do try to always strive towards development, paying for development. And I think over our entire department, we're probably somewhere in that 80 percentile range or something like that as far as cost recovery goes. But definitely we try to always increase our fees to generally match inflation and so forth, so that we're not losing that capacity organization wise. But as far as getting actual positions approved, that comes to council.
So let me follow this up again, Adrian, I don't remember, and you guys might, did we increase the amount of revenue going into planning and development to reflect the increased number of building permits, building development inspections? Because if you're saying it's going up, then we should in theory be having 1,000 or whatever the number is more permits in our expected revenue. Did we make those adjustments or no?
So we always adjust, we adjust budget to try to match what we're seeing on the ground. So when we do the Q3 update, we kind of look at where our numbers are, and then we say, yes, our numbers are ballpark on track or a little ahead or a little behind, and then we forecast that out. So we try to make sure that our projected budget for the upcoming year is somewhere close to in line with what we're seeing on the ground for the previous year.
So when we do the documents though, I might do this as a BIR just because I may want to just see these numbers, because the thing is that the weakness of doing the budget is we do it months in advance. I mean, it has to be done months in advance, but then those numbers may not be necessarily checked again before they come before council. So what I'm wondering, I'll do this as a BIR, but I just wanted to see, so I'll say it so that way when it comes in, it looks like garble, you might understand it. Is just like, what were we expecting it to be versus what it actually was for the permits, et cetera? And as far as numbers and total revenue, and then what are we projecting it to be for next year? I guess is what we're looking at, just to see if we need to review those numbers and see if they can potentially lower our tax rate. Not that you're not going to get the position, Adrian. I'm not talking about that. I'm just trying to see if there's some we can reflect, if there's a bit more revenue to come in to reflect those realities, because like I said, I'm sure those numbers started in May and we're in November now. So there might be an opportunity for some.
Yeah, and I'll just say that we just visited those numbers again, probably several weeks, 3 weeks ago, 2.5, 3 weeks ago, to look at where our current revenues are versus what our projected revenues were and whether we need to downcast or whatever. So yeah, I think if you want to submit a budget info request, we can provide some details which might help you understand kind of where we are as far as revenues.
Is a spoiler alert, is it pretty close to what you thought it was going to be?
I want to say I think we're within we're within about 10%, pretty close to 10% off.
Okay. And I'm gonna, I guess I put this in there, but are you expecting it to go up for next year or maintain itself?
Again, I mean, like the ability to forecast is
no, I know, but
highly fraught with uncertainties. But just if we trend it out, all of these things are generally going up. We know that we have a couple of big projects, and those are always the ones that they carry the higher costs for permitting, et cetera. So those are the ones that carry a lot of the weight. If those come through, then we should be on par from what we were this year, if not maybe a modest increase.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to guess that we had an increase just to say we had an increase. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm just trying to just see what we're doing so that I can follow along as we put the dots really close together for me. Okay,
you bet. We've done the exercise, so we can provide the information.
Okay, thank you again. Okay, bye-bye.
All right, Councillor Jolly, making sure you don't have any questions. You're good? Okay. All right, I see no more questions. So before we move on to whatever's next, sorry. Public operations, let's take a break because we've been at it for almost 2 hours. So it's approximately 1:45, so let's come back at 5 to 10 minutes. Is that a hint? There, now we can start. Couldn't start without Ken. Did you run? You got here at exactly the right time, 2:55. All right, we are on to public operations. Good, you're doing it, Carrie? Go ahead.
Thank you, council. Next up is public operations plan and budget. Next slide. Public operations function includes the public works and St. Albert Transit branches of our public operations department. The department also includes utilities operations and waste management, which have been broken out in a separate function presented next. The public operations department stewards essential and valued services for the city with dedication, pride, knowledge, and respect. They prioritize safety, continuous improvement, and efficiency in collaborative delivery of services. The service provided make St. Albert a beautiful and desirable place to live. Next slide. This slide shows the overall impact for the 2024 budget as compared.
Time's up.
Okay, I now conclude my presentation.
Actually, you have 30 seconds.
Okay, that's okay. Grace will wake up in the middle of the night on that one. Okay, this slide shows the overall impact for the 2024 proposed budget as compared to the 2023 revised budget. The net impact is an increase of 1.5 million. It is mainly due to, on the revenue side, 373,000 increase in sales and user fees due to an increase in transit utilization levels. 687,000 increase in other expenditures due to an increase in garage recoverables, which reflects updated equipment charge usage and rates. In the 2023 budget included a 1.45 million in expenses associated with the Edmonton Metropolitan Transit Commission. To eliminate the tax impact, in 2023, council approved that the cost be funded from the stabilization reserve. With the dissolution of the EMTSC, neither the expense nor any funding is required for the 2024 budget. On the expense side, 312,000 increase in salaries, wages, and benefits due to annualization of salaries. 319,000 decrease in contracted and general services due to a decrease in EMTSC dissolution offset by an increases in transit operations, janitorial contracts, and rental and leases. 565,000 increase in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities due to an increase in utility costs and equipment and vehicle parts. 537,000 increase in other expenditures to reflect updated equipment charge usage rates. Next slide. Our public work and transit team requires additional fleet maintenance staff. At Public Works, the quality of equipment and vehicles is growing, and this equipment is used longer in its asset life cycle. This means that more maintenance is required to meet current service levels. For transit, we had an all-time high of 2.64 million kilometers driven in our conventional transit and handy bus fleet for 2022. Maintenance is directly proportional to kilometers driven. As the kilometers increase, so does the schedule and unscheduled maintenance requirements. If buses are not properly maintained, we will not meet the transportation safety requirement from Alberta Transportation, and buses delayed in the garage could lead to service disruptions. On the capital side, the transit garage expansion charter is for detailed planning and design of the 12-lane parking extension and an additional maintenance bay at Leggett Place. This expansion is required to accommodate the present and future service levels, growth, transit buses, and additional support equipment, FTEs and infrastructure at a cost of 635,000. Next slide. In summary, for 2024, public operations proposing an overall net increase of 1.5 million over 2023. Key influencers are primarily related to increased transit contracts, gas and utility charges, and updated equipment charges, usage and rates. That concludes my public operations presentation, and we welcome any questions. Thank you.
Awesome. All right. Councillor Jolly, any questions? You're good? Anyone else?
I mean, I have a BRIR in about the costs involved with not having a fee for local transit. I don't know if anyone can comment on that or if I can just wait for the BIR.
Well, we do have Louise Stewart, the interim director of public operations online, and she's be able to handle any transit questions. It may be waiting for the BIR, but we'll let Louise jump in here.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolly. Yes, please, we are just running those numbers for you, and that will come in the BIR.
Okay, thanks so much. That's all for now. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Hughes.
Yeah, a couple more questions about transit. So how is our ridership? Is it back to where it was in 2019, or where are we at?
I believe we're steadily increasing, but I'll let Ms.
Yeah.
Stewart tackle that question.
Yes, thank you for the question, Councillor Hughes. We are steadily increasing. Handy Bus obviously has seen extensive growth, but conventional transit, very preliminary, has just exceeded pre-pandemic levels. So we are certainly growing, but that's a very small sample size, but we've been slowly catching up, and as of September have just started to exceed pre-pandemic.
Okay, well, that's good news. The other thing was, okay, so when I looked at the numbers you said for revenue, and you have the revenue going down, if you go back to that slide. So I know you mentioned things going up, like we're getting $300,000 more in transit revenue, but then the revenue is still down. So I know you listed it all off, but can you just let me explain what went down? I saw a lot of things you mentioned that went up. I just didn't pick up the ones that went down.
I'll let Anne.
Sure.
Okay, just to clarify that the revenue itself is going up, but the reason that it shows an overall net is because we have the EMTSC transfer from the prior year and that we didn't have this year. So we do have an increase of 373,000 in revenue.
Right.
But
Well, I meant for not just like, because you just have all public operations. So like we have the budget at 14.3, and then we have the new budget at 13.8, which is less. So is it because of the withdrawal of the
from the reserve, the prior year reserve for that transfer, then offsets or increases in revenue this year.
So that is why we're doing that. And the expenses have gone up slightly, but we've listed all those reasons. Okay, that's why I didn't hear it.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that's always good that I know I didn't completely just lose it there. So, okay, that was the first thing. And, okay, you mentioned also just we need the maintenance garage, and I understand the rationale behind it, but we're getting a bunch of new buses because we just paid for them, which in theory would require less maintenance than the ones that are 20 years old. That's what they tell me anyway. So I'm wondering, like, I know our transit's increasing, but then wouldn't be because we're almost changing over our whole fleet in the next 3 years, the demands for maintenance would go down, at least for the medium term?
Let Ms. Stewart tackle that question, but it's probably because of the increase of maintenance on our overall fleet. But I'll let.
Yes, and that's correct. So our transit, yes, our fleet is growing. So right now we are physically out of space to place all our buses in an inside covered environment in the evening when they're not being used. We also have very limited backup buses. Right now we've only got about 7 with 6 maintenance bays. There's something always in. Contracted services is not an option for transit because there's very few contractors out there that can take our buses and actually do them on our urgent schedule in order to get them back into service. So we have growth buses coming. These are a 1 to 2 year build. So even if we were to replace our entire fleet, we are multiple years down the line in order to do that. And so right now there is a coordinated ballet that occurs every morning to bring in our existing buses that have to be parked outside overnight to get them warmed up, which severely impacts the electrical systems on board. So the expansion is needed because we're already out of room and we have new growth buses coming. So yes, ideally the maintenance should decrease, but inevitably we have 60 buses. Even with 17 new coming replacement, we still have maintenance to do on the existing ones now, that it just takes some time and space is needed.
So if I hear what you're saying, Louise, you're basically like, we were past capacity a while ago. And even if we get new buses, there's no more clowns that we can fit in this Volkswagen. It's basically what I'm hearing.
We were past capacity in 2015. That's when we reached our max capacity. And this has been sitting on the 10-year plan for quite a while. It's just we've now reached the urgent need, especially with Riverside and Jensen coming on, and then in future years with Chaureau coming, that we will have further buses coming, and we are physically out of space now and certainly won't be able to accommodate the new buses and the very intricate electrical systems located on them, and park them outside in -30 and ask them to function properly.
So when you say intricate electrical systems, are you referring because they're the electric buses, or what do you mean by that?
No, the whole art card system and then our video camera recording that goes on. There's a lot of electrical components outside of an electric bus these are clean diesel operated buses. That these systems, we have to warm them up before that they can function properly. And the art card is a significant revenue source for us. And so we can't afford for those systems to be down.
So this is just a curiosity, I guess, at this point, but like, so you're saying that if they don't hit a certain temperature, like how long does it take to warm up a bus so it's warm enough that the art card can actually work?
Tom Kumka can jump in if I'm incorrect, but typically the main buses that go out very first thing in the morning are stored inside. Those ones are scheduled. We have those ready to go. They get their pre-trip inspection from the drivers and they're out. Once those are out, we start to bring in the handy buses and the other buses that are coming on later in the shift to warm up. So it can be anywhere from an hour to several hours that they would be inside.
Really? Okay, that's interesting. The other thing you mentioned was the increased transit contract costs. So I'm not asking to have this discussion now, but there's no slot in there for an in-camera session. So in our schedule, and I think that I don't care if you want to do it now or later or on the 14th, but I'd like to have a discussion about that because we haven't had any updates about the transit contracts.
Yeah, we'll take that. My recommendation would be we do that on the 14th then, so we can get our.
Yeah, it's all good. So if we can just put that in there maybe, and then we can have that discussion. So I guess when I looked at the 163, Louise, to pay for the local transit, like for all users, I was a little surprised because I remember asking like in 2018 or whatever, when we began it for the youth pilot, and I asked how much it would be for everybody and then just for youth, and youth was 40 and then everybody was 200. And I realized that now we're at 163, but we also added on seniors in there. And yet you're estimating it at 163. So I'm just trying to, is that based on actuals or how are we coming up with that number? What are our actuals for transit local for 2023 coming in at?
I'll ask Will Steblick to jump on and explain that specifically, but the local riders are approximately 40% of our ridership, but only account for 4.5 or 5% of the revenue because of the free transit that is offered to the certain groups already. But Will, if you can jump in and add to that.
Yeah, those figures were based on sales and a portion of cash. So they're based on existing sales of monthly passes and of and portions of the ticket sales, local ticket sales, and the cash revenue. So they're based on sales numbers.
So these are based on kind of like actuals for 2023 to date and then projections for the last few months. Is that right?
Yeah, exactly right.
Okay. And so when you guys do I'm not totally familiar with your software on this. So I know there's like just total ticket sales and then there's like guys that go in for the commuters. So do we actually have the ability to say this is just local transit? Because who gets just a local transit monthly pass? All the monthly passes are going to be for commuting, right? So I'm just trying to figure this, how do
No,
we?
we-
know?
Well, presently we sell local monthly passes.
Or do we?
Those are sold to adult users. And we have a seniors local pass. And yeah, they do. There is a market for strictly local travel. So we sell those kinds of paper tickets right
And
now.
so for the seniors, I'm trying to remember what we approved, but it sounds like we approved income-based for seniors.
We did.
But are we still selling a lot of seniors monthly passes?
No, the sales for seniors monthly seniors local monthly passes are not huge.
Right.
And they're fairly minimal. It doesn't represent a huge portion of our revenue.
Okay, so has the amount for monthly gone up since last year, or has this been, I know you said that year over year, it's been going up right now. I'm just not sure if it's mostly for commuter or if we've had a significant jump in local as well.
In local ridership or local prices of the passes.
Local revenue.
Oh, yeah, the local has not risen in terms of the revenue. We've had a lot of increased ridership for local, but the ridership has mostly been from the groups that already have it for free, meaning youth.
Right.
And the
senior
income
level.
challenged.
Okay, so what was the revenue in 2012 then for local? Do you happen to have that with you?
If you can give me,
Or sorry, 2022, not 2012. I said the wrong number, but a year ago. Not 11 years ago.
if you can give me a moment, I'm going to call up that figure right away.
Yep.
I'm sorry, Counselor. It'll probably take me a few minutes to call up those figures.
Okay.
Might I be able to answer that in a BIR?
Sure, or if you want to just look it up when you have it, when someone's not asking you, we can discuss it later on today too, like whatever's easier, just.
Excellent.
I'm trying
Thank
to
you.
decrease your workload of trying to answer everything in paper, so we can come back to it. We'll flag it. Can we flag it?
Yeah,
Let's flag.
I'll keep going through the file.
Okay, and before you go to looking for that, I had one more question. So let's just say that we did put forward this motion and it did pass. Is there anything that we should be aware of as far as just, I'll call it logistics or operations? Because when I look at it, like I thought the one thing is that a lot of people get on the bus here and then they're going to commuter. And so I guess you'd have to have the bus drivers at NACI or anyone who's doing the commuter buses to check that they are not staying on the bus for local. Like that's my only thing, is we don't want people saying they're local and then somehow making it to Nate. So, you know, so I guess there'd have to be an additional check at those points that they were doing it. And my concern is just also that they, like some of the 201s, they do local. And then if you're lucky enough, you get to stay on and go all the way into Edmonton. So I guess, have you guys thought about, since we put that BIR forward, have you thought about how you could handle it just to make sure that the bus drivers can make sure that the fare is collected and at the same time not have any safety issues from people that are not happy about having to pay the fare?
Well, that could have been ongoing since for years prior to even the ARC system coming in, where somebody could purchase a local pass, but they know that that bus of theirs is going to turn into the 201. We rely a lot and have for many, many years on a level of honesty from our ridership, and I believe that it has been very effective. If people are commuting, we believe we're very fortunate that they're buying commuter passes, because at some point those interlines, sorry, that's the term we use when two different routes are done by the same bus. At some point, those interlines could break, and then these people would be found out. So we've been very fortunate with our ridership that in our opinion, we feel that those who ride as commuters purchase commuter passes. Under the ARC system, as we transition more and more customers toward that in the next few months, that is taken care of. People are automatically going to be charged, or by default are going to be charged, a commuter fare. And if they tap out of the bus locally because they're only traveling within St. Albert, then it gets reduced down to the local fare.
Oh, I
Does
see.
that answer your question?
Yeah, when is that going to take place? Are you expecting, give or take 12 months, but what are you hoping for?
We're hoping for the next phase to take place in February of 2024, and that will include what we call subsidized transit fares, seniors, low-income fares, and that will be that will take care of pretty much all of our customers. So we're looking at a February start for that, and all groups to be included by the end of the first quarter of next year.
So the default of paying for the commuter and then getting the partial refund will be occurring in Q1 of next year, is what you're saying?
For all of for the groups that aren't in the ARC system now, yes, that will apply.
Okay. So would there be, if the motion was to provide free local transit, that would be accessible then through ARC, really? Because would they do it then if they capped out in St. Albert, then they could get like a full refund, I guess? Or
Yeah, we'll have to structure it similar to what you've just described. For certain groups, we will still have to issue an ARC card. And I refer specifically to the low-income clients that we have, because continuing to utilize a paper pass would, I don't know, it would identify them. So we'd have to issue an ARC card to low-income groups, perhaps even seniors, with the proviso that the local is free.
okay, I'm going to stop asking questions for now. Thank you for all your help.
Councillor Killick, you're up next.
Thank you. Question on the transit garage expansion. We're going to spend $635,000 this year or next year for design and 5.6 million to build it in 2025. And in the comments on page 175, it says the construction management firm or a construction management firm will manage the entire project. Is this something new, contracting out a full design, build, et cetera, all stages? Is that a new process that the city is using, or have we used that in other places?
So I'm not sure if Tim is on the line, but if he isn't, then Donnie would be able to help with that.
Sure. Good afternoon. It's Tim here. Our camera's just coming on, but yes, construction management is a project delivery methodology. We have used that on a couple of projects. In fact, the Fountain Park Rec Center was under construction manager, and it's often used in a case where we're looking to optimize design through the construction process. So it's a tri-party agreement. We get the builder on board and the designer at the same time.
And the other question I had is then, how accurate is the 5.6 million? Normally, I'm used to seeing in any of these big projects are kind of at rough design now, and they're plus or minus 20% or plus or minus 50%. Are we the 5.6 million for 2025? What's the level of confidence or accuracy on that?
I don't want to speak out of turn. Louise may have additional information, but looking at it, it would be a conceptual in nature, which would be Class D, plus or minus 40-50% on that order, Councillor Killick.
Yep, that's correct.
So Class D. Okay. Can't think of any other questions, but it does seem a bit of a or other projects that one of the councillors asked about was, design in 1 year, take another break to get quotes and details, and then build in year 3. And this one we're doing in very quickly in 2 years for a major capital project, all outsourced, and seemed like a higher risk. But is there a check-in point, I guess?
Yeah, they all are gated, Councillor. As we deliver projects, any project, including the integrated project delivery or a construction management, we've got to get to a conceptual stage so that we can actually prepare an RFP for a builder, for a detailed designer. And that's what the use of the 2024 funds would be for, to set the stage so that we could evaluate the delivery model that we opt to use and prepare us for that RFP.
Yes, I can interject in there, Councillor Killick, as well as that the budget for the 635,000 is for design in 24, and that will provide that detail for 25 for the construction costs. This is an estimated Class D, where we're speculating, but next year that'll be your check-in is during the fall budget presentation for that 2025 construction number.
Okay, good, thank you. I hope it's successful.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you. Through the mayor to administration. I just had a question with your service. Is it done during the night or during the daytime? Do you have a staff running all night?
I'll turn that question for Ms. Stewart.
Transit service, no, does not run all night. It does, I mean, Mr. Sebek, correct me if I'm wrong, but we do have an end time in the evening and a start time in the early morning.
Approximately 12:30 at night. It concludes. Starts again at about 5:30 in the morning.
Okay, and I know that your electric buses have to be stored indoors, in the winter months. Do they block your area to work on those other vehicles? Is that a problem?
No, so they actually have a special lane where their chargers are located, and so they have to go in there. The maintenance bays are offset and are beside the storage bays. So the storage bays are long lanes in which the buses can be stacked back to back on each other, and the expansion is to actually blow the building out the front so that we can store more buses in each of those 12 lanes. The maintenance bays are 6 and they're angled at the side, and there's always buses in them, and then they can go outside and then come back in on a lane to be parked.
Okay, so you've always had 6 maintenance bays, or did the electric vehicles take some storage space of your maintenance bays?
No, not of the maintenance bays. That they did take storage space in the parking lanes, in the 12 lanes. They are lined up in there because their chargers had to be located in a spot that they could all be wired in properly, and so they have to go where they go now. So the maintenance bays, no, are separate from this.
Okay, so do they have their own lane, and then you can move the other buses in and out as you need to, or are they blocking?
Not blocking, so to speak. They have a lane the same way all the buses require a lane. And as they go out, then they'll leave and we can park other buses in behind them to warm them up. Or as a regular conventional diesel bus goes out, that opens up space that we can just move buses around just to get them warm for in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I see no more questions here. Councillor Jolly, you got your hand up?
Yeah, I just have a really easy question. I know that kind of part of the projects are to have cards at the compost depot. Has there been any thought to bringing that to the recycling depot as well? I know we've had ongoing issues with kind of costs having to do with various people coming to that facility as well.
And I think that will be part of the utilities presentation that's coming up next for waste. So
apologies. Yeah.
that's one of the questions there. So that'll come up in the next presentation. Thank you.
All right, we'll come back to you, Councillor Jolly. Councillor Hughes?
So a quick one. We approved that the road stuff for Public Works, like the snow clearing and the little plow trucks and all that last year. And so I'm just curious, are they on schedule to get done? Like, how's it going on that?
Okay, so it'll be a great question for Louise to answer.
So yes, and as part of that deal, so you approved 4 pieces of equipment last year: a grader, a sidewalk plow, a loader with a blower, and a tandem truck. Tandem truck and the loader with the blower are, I believe, here now. The sidewalk machine is, if not here, it's imminent, and the grader comes in about January. So we had said we would not hire those 2 FTEs until the pieces of equipment that they were assigned to have arrived. So the one will for sure come January 1 to go with the sidewalk machine, and then the grader, as long as it stays on track, that staff will be coming at the same time as the grader.
So we should actually have this stuff, well, we have some of it already for the snow and some's coming very shortly because the snow's coming is what I'm hearing. At some point it's coming, right? And we're ready for it.
It's coming, and ideally this will be up and running and part of our fleet. And in the meantime, we have some contract support to help us should a snow event actually occur.
And with that blower, I'm just thinking that, like, just for the public watching, is that this should actually really help us with our road clearing times for our levels of service to getting to their street faster, because it's just going to expedite the ability to get that snow off the roads, right?
Yeah, to physically remove it from site, and then that way we don't have to pile it on the boulevards. It does create a better driving space because yes, we've removed the snow from the area.
All right. Okay. Looking forward to see it in action. That's it. Thanks.
All right, that's all the questions we have on public operations. So utilities?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Last up, the last functional presentation for utilities. And if you'll give us a medium second, we'll call up.
Outside agencies, okay. There we go. Awesome.
Next slide, please. Utility services. I apologize. Utility services functional area is managed through our Public Operations Department. Utilities provides essential water, wastewater, and stormwater services to the City of St. Albert. They ensure all customers have safe access to clean drinking water
They contribute to the protection of our environment and public health, and they provide support during emergencies, leveraging their knowledge, experience, and training. Utility services function also ensures that the city's utilities infrastructure is developed and maintained in a cost-effective manner, consistent with regulated safety and environmental standards. Next slide, please. Utility services budget is a net zero budget, so any changes to expenses from year to year are matched with revenues of equal value. Some of the changes for 2024 include, on the revenue side, 2.584 million increase in sales and user fees due to an increase in rates for water, wastewater, stormwater, and solid waste. On the expense side, $229,000 increase in salaries and wages and benefits due to annualization of salary costs. $388,000 increase in contracted and general services for utility administration based on projected corporate assumptions. If you don't know what that means, you can ask and Anne will explain it after. $646,000 increase in purchases from other governments due to the projected increase in rates charged by Arrow Utilities, formerly the Alberta Capital Wastewater Regional Wastewater Commission, offset by the projected decrease in rates and volumes purchased from EPCOR. A $241,000 increase in materials, goods, supplies, and utilities due to an increase in electricity charges, equipment charges, and water meter parts and purchases. And finally, a $1.116 million increase in transfers to from reserves to balance departmental totals. Next slide, please. In order to maintain services, utilities is requesting the following in 2024. First, a solid waste operator and refuse truck. This joint request is required because 3 of our 10 collection routes are approaching or have already exceeded our daily cart collection capacity. The addition of another refuse truck and operator will create capacity to meet our service levels and could allow the provision of curbside collection to households annexed in 2022, or the extension of service to multi-residential communities or complexes rather. The operator will be hired upon receipt of the truck, which is expected to be sometime in 2025. Utilities Asset Management Coordinator is a 4-year term position to assist in improving the maturity of the Utilities Asset Management Program and coordinating the Utilities RMR program. Utilities Locator Technician sees the addition of 1 FTE needed to address utilities growth and the city's aging infrastructure. In 2023 and projected next year into 2024, 3 new lift stations are being added to the city's utility inventory as an example of growth, and the position is required to meet our current service levels in light of that growth. A waste and diversion associate. This request is to convert a current term position into a permanent position. This position delivers internal and external education and outreach programs, maintains internal databases for the waste and diversion program branch, and ensures compliance with provincial reporting standards and timelines. Because of the temporary nature of a term position, the department has had difficulty maintaining consistency with the program at large. Finally, waste drop-off cards. These cards will improve our current process to ensure ratepayers and non-ratepayers have access to the compost facility. This may result in some revenue generation and overall will help decrease illegal dumping and compost depot misuse. Next slide, please. Utility fiscal policy and rate setting model provides a methodology that clearly reflects the annual incremental cost of goods and services purchased, administrative overhead, and capital requirements for each of the 4 business units, as previously mentioned, water, wastewater, stormwater, and solid waste. The proposed changes to water rates include a $1.43 increase in the flat rate due to increases in compensation, electricity, and equipment charges, as well as meter purchases and parts. An increase in the supplemental capital contribution of $2.70 results in an overall total increase of $4.13 for water rates in 2023. The proposed changes to wastewater rates include a 29-cent to 36-cent increase in the variable rate due to an increase in from Arrow Utilities variable rate, and an increase to the supplemental capital contribution of $2.57. Moving on to stormwater rates for 2024, there is a $1.34 decrease in the stormwater rates due to a decrease in the supplemental capital contribution. And lastly, for solid waste, the proposed changes to the rates equal a 47-cent increase in solid waste flat rate. When you combine all the utilities, the overall monthly rate, assuming a large size waste cart and an average monthly water use of 16 meters cubed, or correction meters, is it cubed? 16 meters with a little 3, yep, has increased by $10.44.
Next slide, please. In summary, for 2024, utility services will once again have a net zero budget. The key influencers are primarily related to an increase in the supplemental capital contribution to support our infrastructure, rate increases from external sources. Well, obviously we'll be available to respond to any questions council may have. I'll take this opportunity just to highlight the conclusion of our functional budget discussions. Online public engagement is continuing and will do so until November 7th. We will obviously are scheduled to enable your deliberations on the operating and capital budgets from November 27th and hope to have approval on November 19th. And clearly we have another council schedule for questions on the 14th of November as well. That concludes my presentation, pending your questions. Thank you very much.
All right. And Mr. Fletcher, thank you for the memo yesterday on the arrow increases. It kind of put everything into perspective and I appreciated that. I'm sure council did as well. Councilor Broadhead.
Madam Mayor, my question is similar to Councillor Jolly's, so she wants to go first.
She's saying no, go ahead and then she could maybe
okay.
supplement. You guys could tag team it.
Okay, fair enough. Not here to argue about $15,000. I really explain to me how this works. We got what, 25,000 ratepayers plus. How does it work? Everybody going down to City Hall to pick up a card? Maybe just explain it.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, I'll defer the initial discussion to Louise Stewart, and we also have Regan Lefevre online, who's obviously the head of our utilities, and they can expand on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Broadhead. So the program as proposed, what we wanted to do is we can use it as a revenue source. We have a number of contractors trying to access some of our facilities. Right now they get turned away. So if we were to have a card, the original plan of the program was to give it to the residents. And if you have a card, you're a resident, you're free, you're good. Businesses we could potentially charge to have the card, but that would then give them access in order to use our facility. So the 15,000 right now is strictly pays for the card purchase. The struggle that we have right now, so that business case is just for card purchase. In order to actually do the program, we've been working with IT. Now we have to have a way to scan those cards to use those cards. So there's going to be some infrastructure that will be required at the compost site and potentially other resources. So those haven't been identified yet. And then in where Councillor Jolly, I know, is going to go is then could we actually give them access to the Mike Mitchell Recycle Center and use that card in both places? One of the holdups we have that right now is with the EPR legislation that's coming into place, because in some cases, some of those businesses that may want to use them may actually not just be seen as an end user. Depending on the volumes, they could actually be designated a producer. So until we get all that sorted out, the program won't necessarily be implemented right away. Like I said, the 15,000 just purchases the card, and then we need some help on the EPR end to figure out how we're going to actually enforce this in the future.
And so I think, you know, in light of that, obviously this ask that was put together over the course of the budget cycle, as Louise has already mentioned, there are some pretty significant issues that have arisen since then that we do need to work through, to be perfectly frank with you, both in terms of the technology related to that, but the EPR is huge as we navigate that over the next couple of months. So I would say that we are very nascent in terms of our planning and progress on this front. And so perhaps I'll just leave it at that. Yeah.
It'll just be interesting because everybody wants to go, like people aren't going to line up for their card in February. They're going to line up in May when everybody's cleaning there, and they're going to go to the compost yard and they're going to say, what, I need a card? Are you going to turn me away? You know, and then who's driving me? Is it a photo card, or how do you know it's, you know, I live at 10 Donahue Close, but if I give it to my son who lives in Erin Ridge, how do you know the difference?
You don't. So I think that there's obviously
a the logistical challenges are something that we're still working through and mapping out.
with
We're not reinventing the wheel. There are communities that use this program very successfully, so that, you know, there's certainly models upon which we can build off of. But to your point, yes, those are absolute recognized challenges.
Okay, leave it with you that it was just when I read it, I says, well, this could go well or it could be chaos. Anyway, leave it with you. Thanks.
But I think, you know, as Louise mentioned, you know, we're not in a position to implement anything until we've actually completed the analysis and the homework, right? So we're not going to rush to failure on this front by any stretch.
You still have it right here. We'll recognize.
Louise, is it envisioned that when EPR is fully operational, that we'll give up operations of Mike Mitchell and to the producers or to the pros?
That's hard to say right now. And so, no, and John Potter is on the line and can also add to this as well. There's certain services we offer at Mike Mitchell that are not part of the EPR program. And obviously we're not going to reduce our service level. So we're still going to need the ability to offer those services. Whether or not, what we don't know right now is if the pro wants to take it over and then take over that service delivery for our residents for us. I don't think they ever envision taking over the entire recycle center. They're just going to take over those few bins right now that are part of their paper product and the hazardous waste program. They're going to take over that, but the rest of it we will maintain. So we don't really know. There's a lot of unanswered questions right now that have to be worked through between now and December 31st.
Okay, thanks. All right, Councillor Jolly, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, thank you. So just in light of the fact that we're really not ready to move forward with this project, and I'm supportive of it, but we know this number isn't enough to actually move it forward. Would there be any problems with just taking this out of the 2024 budget? And when we actually have real numbers to approve it at that time? And again, I'm absolutely supportive of this, but this isn't enough money to get it going.
Yeah, you know, I defer to Louise if there are any logistical issues, but obviously we need a motion to do that.
Yeah, and I could do that. That's not a problem, but I don't want to do it if that removal of the funding is going to cause problems in terms of.
I don't believe it would have a significant catastrophic impact on us. Louise, please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong.
No, absolutely. I think if it was removed, there are no issues there. I'd rather come back with a proper solid program in place that actually shows you the entire cost, as opposed to just the physical cost of the cards right now.
Me too. So I'll do that.
All right, I'll let you draft that up or if you need help from Ledge, but I'm sure you can figure it out. Okay. Councillor Barter, were you done? Make sure you're okay. All right, Councillor Hughes.
Thank you. Okay, well, we've already answered that question about that little guy. So I won't be repeating that. So when I look at the budget, hold on, change screens on me. And we go over, can we just go back over the user amounts here, the wastewater? So maybe you have an exact amount. And this is in part because the public may not understand about a couple of things. With wastewater, the population, we have two variable rates, 80% and 100. So 80% is for residential, or is 80% for commercial, or how do we determine who gets the 80% on wastewater and who doesn't?
I note that Regan has popped up. I'll ask him to answer.
Sure.
They amount to the same thing. The 80% rate is primarily on residential, to my understanding, but that rate is then multiplied by 120%. So the dollars per cubic meter for either rate amount to the same thing.
Okay. Then why do we have them both listed?
Because we have two separate rates, and that's what shows up on customers' bill. I think it made it more palatable for customers to not feel that they were paying for 100% of the wastewater, because obviously some use for lawn watering and some use for grass watering. But the reality is we have to pay for wastewater treatment for all water that comes into the community.
So are we getting me? Am I getting billed $299 and $239 for wastewater? Like per cubic meter, or am I getting paid 100? We can bill 180%, or
as a residential customer, it would be the lower rate, and it would be
Okay,
Sorry, the higher rate based on 80% of your water consumption would be the higher rate based on 80%. Yes,
so it's either or, right? It's not two.
that's correct. That's correct.
Okay, and so I guess I'm gonna ask again, just, is the residential being charged? I realize it's the same amount in the end, but is it 80% for the residential or is it 100% of the residential?
Typically, I believe it is 80% for the residential.
Okay. Okay, that is what it is there. So the question I have is, we had a rationale for why the variable rate went up partially. Yeah, we got that memo yesterday. But that doesn't cover the full rate increase on that category. Is there something else that is causing the variable rate to increase more?
So we have our own internal cost increases. We also have water loss that needs to be accounted for. We pay for wastewater treatment on 100% of the water that comes into the city of St. Albert, and we obviously then sell less water to our customers. So we have water losses between our master bills with EPCOR, our master meters with EPCOR and our individual customers, and it's about 7 or 8% per year. So we have to make up that difference by charging a little bit more to our customers to account for that water loss that doesn't make it to their doors. So that's part of it. We also have higher electricity costs. We have our own costs as well, our admin costs, a number of other cost increases that we also need to make up for. So we make up for some of that within the variable rate. We make up for some of that within the flat rate as well.
Okay. I'm gonna ask our rep, Councillor Mackay. So what is the rationale from the Wastewater Commission for the increase by almost 30 cents?
It's not quite, it's about 15% from what we did last year. It was $1.50 per metric cube last year, 2023. For 2024, it now moves up to what we're billing as a 173 a metric cube.
Okay.
You know, as the commission is a not-for-profit entity, it can't, I mean, we have to operate on a cost recovery model. And I mean, that's mandated under the MGA. And so really the increases are basically anticipated to meet a lot of our operational challenges that we as an organization are facing, very similar to any other organization are facing. So, I mean, around the operational challenges, we had to retender our electrical contract. We had a 5-year lockdown rate, and we had to recently update that. And that new contract's going to increase our annual cost by $550,000 a year. You've got inflationary costs of construction are very similar to what we're seeing, as I mentioned before, by all of our in all of our businesses. This year we've seen a large number of infrastructure failures. Basically the transmission that is 35 years old, as identified in Regan's backgrounder. They're a gravity-fed cement transmission, and they're failing. And we did put in 2018, we did put in a full replacement strategy around identifying a risk-based kind of what's going to fail. So we identified those areas that are either under major roadways or under railway tracks. And we've seen some other major failures that have increased our costs. For example, you remember the one that was just around Big Lake just this past Christmas, which almost led to catastrophic amounts. So I mean, the cost of recovery, the cost of infrastructure is just is almost astronomical in relation to that. Even day-to-day operations, what we're seeing are increased operational impacts due to sedimentation issues, for example. So, you know, what's happening is you talk about unintended consequences again. Some of the efficiencies that we're seeing around conservation of water are leading to issues for wastewater plants, particularly when you know, the wastewater is moving through and kind of as it moves towards utility, you get a big buildup of solids and waste, and then all of a sudden you get a big stormwater event, and that all arrives at the plant at one time. And that causes significant challenges for the plant and also potentially for environmental impacts. And also it relies on us kind of having to implement some pretty stormwater strategies that thankfully we are really working well with our municipal partners around mitigating some of those impacts. As you can imagine, right now we operate what they call a biological nutrient removal system, a BNR system. So that requires chemicals, that requires more. So our chemicals are going through the roof like everything else. And also we're seeing a lot of regional growth. We're seeing a lot of impacts. A lot of people don't realize that even though this system was built in the late 70s, early 80s, we have over 300 kilometers of transmission lines. And now we're getting millions of square footages of new growth in all of our communities. So that's contributing to the need to actually move on to some strategic considerations around and opportunities that I think that aren't available to other organizations just because of our location. So for example, that's why we're moving into a new technology around membrane. And what that does is it gives us an opportunity to become look for revenue opportunities. Air Products is a hydrogen plant that's in Strathcona County. Well, it's in
Edmonton,
I think it's in the city of Edmonton, actually, yeah.
It's in Edmonton.
And we're entering into a tri-water service agreement with EPCOR and ourselves and Air Products, which will not only give us an opportunity to stabilize growth. Because we're a commission, we can't give a dividend. However, we can stabilize. So you saw in the background information on the rate information sheet that Regan sent around. There's a distinct opportunity that although there is some short-term pain here, there's really some fantastic opportunities where we'll not only be able to stabilize the rate, we'll be able to actually look at maybe consistently lowering the rate over the next, and it could be as early as 2026, because a lot of what our construction is, the rapid need to increase our construction is to look forward to those opportunities that are at our doorstep, not only with Air Products, but there are other hydrogen plants in the area that are kind of knocking at the door. So we also think just the MVR treatment is the right way to go from an environmental perspective. So, you know, I mean, that kind of gives you a really
he was ready for that one.
information, but I mean, you know, there's some administrative changes that we're going to do around so that this doesn't surprise administration at the last minute in relation to that. And so we're working together with administration on developing different processes administratively, so that we can get this information out a little bit better, a little bit quicker. And I take some responsibility for that as a member of the Utilities Commission. I probably could have communicated that this was coming down the pipe, bad pun, a little bit sooner myself. But you know, we're committed to a number of different administrative changes, and even moving into examining a rate model based on but we won't know that until we actually see the revenue coming out of kind of our water reuse that we're starting with Air Products. So if there's specific questions, I can answer more.
No, and you know what? We did not set this up. He did not know I was gonna even ask that question because it looks like we set it up, and I'm just like, oh, okay, you were ready, and I appreciate that. So this is just as an information from a plumber. I watch plumbing videos because that's exciting. And he said that even if you have the low flow toilets, if you have anything like toilet paper at all in there, you got to hit the solid button because it might flush down the toilet, but it get clogged the pipe, which is what he's referring to. So people are using the low flow when they actually need to be using it and saying there's anything solid counts. And I realize we're talking to 6 people watching right now, but we need to get that message out, is what the guy said. Yeah, and if you're looking for good YouTube videos on plumbing, just let me know. So the flat rate on water has gone up, and I don't see the flat rate on anything else going up. So can you share? I realize that we have increases to like staffing cost increases. Is it all coming in underwater just for efficiencies, so to speak, or what's making the water flat rate go up?
Sorry, just bear with me 1 minute here.
Okay.
So we have had increases in both in compensation, our electricity costs, as well as our equipment charges. We try to separate as much as we can between the three utilities. So we tend to divvy up. So those additional positions are divvied up between the three utilities, and we try to apportion them as close as we can to reality. One of the other things that this year is we've reduced the expected sales volume. For the last 2 years, we've been over projecting the amount of water that we're going to sell. And I mean, it's 5.6 million cubic meters of water, right? In the last 2 years, we were at 5.8 million. So we were overestimating. Going back to, I think it was the year 2021, we had a dry year. So there was a lot of water usage that year, and that's led to over projections in 2022 and in 2023 on the amount of water that would be used. And then that hits us on the bottom line at the end of the year if we haven't sold the water, because we have a higher markup on the water than what we get from EPCOR, right? So we receive the water from EPCOR at a lower rate, and then we have our own markup. And that ends up being lost revenue if we end up not selling the amount of water that we expected to. So we've reduced the volume to 5.6 million cubic meters this year, which to better reflect where we expect to land. But it's something that's very difficult to predict, right? Because it's weather dependent. But we have also been seeing some shifts in demographics as well as customer usage. We have been seeing declining water usage, I think, going back to 2002. We've seen a pretty consistent trend towards declining overall water consumption in the city, and that's with growth, which it makes it difficult, right? Because we have about 1.1% growth in the city, but our total water consumption in the city has been declining with water conservation, which is a good thing, but it does hit us on the bottom line, and it ends up meaning that we have to raise our rates as a result of increased water consumption.
Yeah, I heard that too before,
Cover
with
our
the-
costs.
where like people tell rate, reduce your water, and then the water assumption goes up when your rates go, water assumption goes down, rates go up, and you actually didn't save any money at all. Because basically we still have to collect the same amount to have everything else run. So, yeah, anyway, that's a different story. The other question, I had the BIR and it hasn't come in yet. I just don't know if you want to answer it now or if you still want the thing for the BIR, why the and I don't know if I'm missing something, but the supplemental capital contribution for water, and I believe it was for storm. No, water and wastewater, those have gone up, but when I did the math on the 10-year capital, the amount that's a demand for it is less by about 20 million a pop. So do you have anything on that, Reagan, or are you going to be providing that later and you just don't want to answer it now? Because I don't want to make you have to answer prematurely, but I don't know if you had something on that.
So that one's been submitted. The response has been submitted, but I can speak to it here because I think I've got the sign off from, I ran it past finance and I ran it past Louise as well. So looking at water, the 10-year capital plan for this year, so that's for 2024 to 2023, it is $27 million lower compared to last year. But that reflects the Sturgeon Reservoir project, right? We had a significant project, which is big for us, right? And that was in 2023, and we have no similar project planned for 2033. So our 10-year capital plan is lower, but we still have to pay for that Sturgeon Reservoir project. It wasn't fully funded. We didn't fully collect for it in advance. We had built up somewhat of a reserve, but our capital water reserve is now in a deficit position. Okay, so we have to. So the SCC right now is to replenish that capital water reserve so we can get it back into a positive position. So we did collect in advance for the 10 years prior to doing that replacement project, or prior to starting, because it's still an ongoing project. But we still need the SCC to replenish that water capital reserve.
So just help me understand, because I thought that we had collected enough for it. Did the cost go up substantially? Because when we do the whole thing, it's like, yeah, sometimes it's higher, sometimes it's lower, but it should balance out. And by the time that the project comes in, we should have the money for it. So is it because it was like in the 10-year and then we didn't have the time to collect all of it because it came in in less than 10 years' time? I'm looking at, and then so she's nodding. Is that, am I
I can
guessing
jump
it?
in and assist, and then Regan can jump in after. So when it was in the 10-year, when it was added in, it wasn't at the 10th year yet. And then there was an increase in one of the years. And I think Stephen Graham might have that increase. He's on the line too. And then the assumption is that SCC rate will be continuous. And there has been variations in the SCC rate that we adjusted each year. So that is something we're going to be looking at going forward, that we did see some variations in that reserve balance due to that significant project. So that's something we are going to review in the model going forward.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm looking forward to seeing the response on that because, and then also for the wastewater, was there something else that was happening in the wastewater, Regan, that?
I'll speak a little more on the reservoir as well, because I think there was an early estimate that was around $25 million. And then the revised estimate prior to going to construction was at 31.5 million. And then our engineering consultant was saying, you know, post-COVID, with what we're seeing in inflation, this could be a $40 million project. So we ended up shifting over to an IPD project delivery model, which was new for us, an integrated project delivery. And I'm happy to report that we've managed to contain the costs. Right now, we're coming in on budget. We're still at 31.5 million, actually slightly under that. And it's with IPD, it's actually resulted in a lot of administration time. So our time, engineering time with CPO. We've had operations in the room as well, and a lot of it's actually more time for the contractor and the engineering consultant. We have regular meetings, and we actually have more risk exposure with the project. But the project, I would say, we're close to 50% on the construction, and the project has been well managed, and the costs have been controlled. So. And on the wastewater side, our capital budget for the wastewater, I'm seeing it's actually gone up by $10 million. So our 10-year capital plan for the next 10 years is $12 million higher than it was as was presented last year. And the reason for that is we're seeing higher costs, right? We're just seeing higher costs with the projects that we're completing, and we need a capital budget for RMR to reflect that.
Okay. Yeah, okay, so I understand. So really basically the reason it's going up by about $2.50-ish or so is for the water is just the prices have gone up, so, and we didn't have the time to collect that money. So we're trying to, so is there the potential then that within a couple of years that we'll say, okay, we've topped it up, or is it really going to be, this is going to be higher for the next decade?
That's the purpose of doing it as an SCC if we get in a good position. And part of it is water sales, right? If we have a few dry years in a row, it actually helps us on the revenue side because of the markup that we have on the variable rate. The last couple of years, we've ended up in a deficit position, which hasn't helped matters, because when water's in a deficit position at the end of the year, it means we put less money aside than what we budgeted into the water capital reserve. And that's what's happened to us the last 2 years in a row, which is part of why we've got an SCC right now. But we always intended to have an SCC. It's just, it might be a little bit less than what it is right now if we had been able to sell more water, which we don't control how much water we sell. So
yeah,
it's more weather dependent, right? So. Yeah.
The irony of saying reduce your water consumption and then your rates will go up. I'm not even sure if people saved anything on it, quite frankly, then in the end of the day, you know, but I really appreciate that. Can you just for the public say what IBD stands for, just so that
integrated project delivery.
Okay.
IPD.
I'm really glad that we are moving forward on that in general. I think that I realize it's a ton of work. I think that the more we do it, the easier it might get at just figuring out the process.
I wouldn't recommend it for all projects, but on a large project like this, it's been very collaborative rather than, you know, having the developer having the contractor manage all of the risks. And then you end up with a lot of change orders whenever anything changes in the scope. We've had a lot of scope changes, and we've been able to work with the contractor on their challenges. Like their challenges are our challenges, whereas normally we have that separation. So I mean, I can tell you, I'm not sleeping as well as I do during most capital projects, just because there's a lot more risk on the municipality with this project than what we've normally seen. But it has been an appropriate model for this particular project. It's been working well. So.
Yeah. And I just had one more thing. I realize that the public is not going to be happy about a $10 increase. But we also have to realize that when we began this model, I think it was 2014. So it's like 10 years ago. I think the rate at that time was either 151 or 153. It was something of that nature. So by having the rate that we have had with the projects, we actually have been able to keep it either flat or even decreasing in some years because of this. And so we are basically at the same rate as we were, or comparable rate to what we were 10 years ago when we started this. So, and what I'm also hearing is there's a potential that we could also see it come back down again after we get the reserves come forward. So just so we have a perspective on the total bill amount, and thank you for answering everything. No further questions.
Councillor Bermansky.
Thank you through the mayor to administration. The one question I had, and that was, you know, I get it from the public quite a bit, is where does that 80% come from in the calculation of, you know, of water in and sewage out? How is that calculated?
So I've provided a bit of explanation on that. I don't know if finance, if Anne, you want to speak to it, because the rate setting is actually managed by finance. My understanding is it was something that was set up as being more palatable back in the day. So residents feel like they're only paying for 80% of the water that goes into the household. They're only paying for wastewater on 80% of the water that's going into their households. But the reality is we're paying for wastewater treatment on 100% of the water that comes into the city of St. Albert. So even though we're only charging customers for 80% of the wastewater the wastewater charges for 80% of the water going into their homes, we have to pay Arrow Utilities for 100% of the water that's coming into the city of St. Albert. So we have to make up that difference, and we do that through an increased rate. So I don't know, Anne, do you have anything to add to that?
Thanks, Regan. I'll just ask Stephen Graham if he has anything to add. He's online here.
This is, to be perfectly honest, this is really an exercise in optics. And I wish we never did this because it's really just more confusing than anything. And I will tell you that one rate is derived from the other. So in practice, there is in fact no change in the rates. The denominator is basically the thing that allows for that different rate, because it was essentially, it goes down to the public's perception of what they were paying for when they were, taking in a certain amount of water, but actually sending out a lower amount for treatment. And Reagan is exactly right when he says that we couldn't do that because by contract, we are actually paying for every bit of water that we receive, regardless of whether it goes into the ground or not. That's just the way the system works. So these two rates were designed to address that, but they really have no impact on what people are actually paying.
Okay, and secondly, you pay the 100% on the water that's incoming. And then you're mentioning that a lot of it doesn't get sold. Are you doing that on a yearly contract, or what is your agreement that you're agreeing to on that purchase amount of water?
It's entirely based on how much water we purchase, really, because that's what drives what we pay for wastewater treatment. It's entirely based on the amount of water we purchase.
Right, I understand that, but how do you decide, do you decide at the beginning of the year what you're purchasing for the year, or how often do you decide what you're purchasing?
Yeah, I think, I should probably defer this question to Regan, but yes, that is determined in advance.
We estimated in advance, but the reality and actuality are very different. It's whenever customers turn on their faucets and open up their taps, they're making the decision to use water. So we have to draw more water from EPCOR at that time. So.
Okay, but you said you had more than you could sell. So where does that?
We overestimated the amount of water that we were going to sell in the last 2 years. We have over projected the amount of water that would be used.
Okay, and so you didn't buy any more than from EPCOR?
We did not. That's right. But there's a markup. The rate that we get from EPCOR is less than what we charge to the customers in the variable rate.
I should point out that from a rate setting standpoint, the estimate is important. So even if we don't actually use that much water as a community, we need to use a number to base the rate on. So that rate is based on an estimate that's determined beforehand.
Oh, so it's a guess then, kind of thing. Yeah. Okay.
Educated.
We like the term estimate. We prefer the term estimate.
An informed estimate.
Well, I guess weather determines whether it's a guess or an informed, but
It very much does,
I
yes.
have a couple questions for Councillor Mackay, if I'm allowed here.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, the rebranding of like wastewater commission, like what was the reasoning behind that? And did they increase the size of their board and the staff that they have there at all, or?
Yeah, the rebranding was just to take advantage of the opportunity that we had when we could look at looking for revenue ideas, because before we never had that opportunity. And it's something you're starting to see around water reuse, around water reclamation. So it's around, I mean, way back when it was called the Capital Region Sewerage Commission, right? And so they moved it to the Alberta Capital Region Wastewater Commission. And now really it's just more around it, around taking advantage of an opportunity to rebrand with this opportunity to actually move into providing water reuse and kind of that whole circular economy of relation to water. So that's all it really was. It just gave us an opportunity to kind of rebrand and get out of calling ourselves wastewater.
Alberta Capital Region Wastewater.
Yes, we have a cheerleader. And
Well, I always hated the word waste.
and
The wastewater is not waste. It's
yes,
always there for it.
that
Yeah.
was the point I'm trying to make. It's around the kind of the change in what we're using, how we're using all of water, like whether it's right from the tap to all the way through the whole circular economy. And now we're starting to be able to see us being able with a couple extra steps to clean the water. We'll never make it, well, we won't make it economically feasible to be potable again, but we could reuse it in a number of industries, which we're seeing.
Oh, tap the toilet
Pardon me?
or toilet to tap?
Yeah, toilets to tap. As for the board, no, we didn't increase the board, although we've been approached by another community, I guess, for lack of a better word, around perhaps joining.
Cool.
There is a process for that. And in relation to staff, we have about 50 staff as it relates. We're not St. Albert alumni as much as everybody likes to. We did have a couple of new additions to staff, but that was a matter from internally operated by the CEO of the organization. So.
Okay, and the rebranding, do you have any idea how much that costs at all?
Yeah, it was minimal. It was, I think it was, I don't know exactly what the number is. I can get the number for you, but it was, I have either 15,000 or 50,000. I think it's 15,000, but I can certainly get the number for you. I don't want to commit to giving you a number and having it inaccurate. I do have the number though.
Okay, and just one last question with the, the intent of the air products or hydrogen or whatever. Where is that infrastructure plan? Is that associated with that, or is that just for communities?
No, in relation to
Well, you're talking about future, having the ability in the future to provide to those. So who's paying for that infrastructure?
So right now, the Air Products is paying for the infrastructure. Right now, we're working in an agreement with them right now. They've got a what's it called? The Alberta Petrochemicals Incentive Program. They received $161.5 million out of that. They took $20 million and used it for our project. So they ran the line down from their facility down. They're going to have a little substation on our property, and then they're going to run it to clean it until we can get our plant up to their quality, and then that'll come over in the agreement. The opportunities exist in the whole industrial heartland, because in addition to Air Products, which is the largest net zero hydrogen project in the world, there are other, for example, we pick up all of the industrial load from all of the plants that are in Fort Saskatchewan, so Dow, Syncruise, and all of that comes through into our plants. So we're treating things that EPCOR will never see in their Gold Bar facility, and we're doing like 100 times the volume, some of those cases. So, but we also have an opportunity as these hydrogen plants or other plants grow that you could use water reuse. So we have right now we have the capacity to provide that. So that's where the opportunity is in relation to rate stabilization, because we will actually have, in addition to a rate, we will actually have a revenue opportunity.
Okay, and so the municipality that wants to join would be number 14 then?
Right now, yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
An even number 14.
Councillor Hughes.
One more set of questions. Hey Regan, I just find your voice so soothing. So let's just ask you one more. Yeah, it's really neutral for you. So you know how you mentioned about the 8% loss in the pipes? So how does that happen? And are we doing anything when is there anything when when we change over pipes or anything that can be done to prevent it, or how we get into that? Because like 8% is really close to 10. So that's actually not an inconsequential amount of loss.
It's not a small amount. Some communities are over 20%. Best practice is to try and get down, but in that 5 to 10% range. Last year we were at 3.5%, so we're not sure what happened last year, but we did have a very good year from a water loss perspective. But some of it is meters that are failing on us, right? You could have some bad water meters, so perhaps they're just not capturing all of the water that's going to the customers. That can happen. Fire, right? If we don't meter the water coming out of the hydrants, we don't meter the water that's used for flushing. So we do UDF flushing as well, but we do estimate that total volume. So that's and we do set that aside, but we still have to pay for the water that we use for the UDF flushing. So all customers are paying for the UDF flushing water. It is still water loss. It's unmetered. The customers aren't paying for it directly. Well, it's not being tallied directly onto the customers as being used within their establishments or within their homes. So there's also water main breaks and things like leaks. So there's a number of different sources for water loss, and it's something that you want to get a handle on. Our clayey soils really help when we do have a water main leak or a break. Typically it will be coming to surface in a short order. So that the communities that are over 20% typically have gravel soils where if they have a water leak, they have no idea, because it could be years before it's coming to surface, if at all. So
that's actually super helpful. I thought for some reason like the pipes were leaking, but what you're telling me is it's just actually just from usage that's not metered. That
there can be pipes leaking as well. So don't let me discount that, but there are other sources as well of water loss. So
okay, so really it's just like other things that we're just not metering that it's coming in, but we just didn't expect it, so to speak. Okay, that is actually super helpful. Okay, I think I had the other two questions, Mayor, since we're almost finished, about the transit and about the IT, if nobody else has any questions.
I see no more questions.
Okay.
Joel, you're good? Check.
So that's it for now, Regan. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I feel calm, relatively speaking. So Will, did you have those numbers on how much the local transit revenue was for 2022?
Yes, I've got them now, but I didn't base my figures on 2022 though, because 2022, a portion of it from January to February, we were still under lockdown. So I wanted to base my figures on 2023 numbers because they were a lot closer to actual or to recovered. So based on my projections, based on the sales of these passes from January to
now and then
September.
Yeah.
I projected 528 local passes.
Okay.
That's for the whole year. That's for all of 2023. There are a number of seniors local passes that we sell, and that would have added up to 146 passes.
So on the total revenue side, and I understand, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like 2022 feels like a long time ago-ish. Do you know what I mean? But it's not. I understand. So understanding that you didn't have January and February the way we wanted it to, and we are really just coming out of it at that time. I feel like the 2020s, we've basically lived like 4 decades at this moment, is what we're at. But what were the numbers in 2022? Understand they're probably completely wrong. What did you come in at for local for 2022? For revenue number?
For the revenue numbers,
Yeah.
sorry, I clicked off that again. One moment. Yeah, I was reluctant to use September 2022. I'm sorry, to use the year 2022.
What if we, and I,
So,
this is maybe far off, Will, but what if we used, and I'm not asking you to do this now, I can ask as a BIR, what the number would be if we took September to, or like October of 2023 to October 2022, or 2022, 2023.
Oh,
If
I
we
see
didn't
where you're
go to
going on
October as
that.
opposed to a January to January, just because we were closer to people using it. I understand that we're probably going to have to do an inflationary increase, but what I would love to see, just, you know, because I just really enjoy math, is if we looked at, like, has there been an increase this year of local in general? Like, has it been increasing on local? And if it hasn't, then what is it from October to October on that? And would it change your estimate of what it would be for 2024? That's what I'm just wondering about the 163, because it's you had like 2 partial years to try to figure out what the number would be. So I can, and I'm not asking you to do that math right now. I can do it as a BIR if you want, just to see if that will come forward, or in the event that someone does put forward a postponed motion, maybe if you could include that data at that time, one of the others gonna come forward. I don't want to do work if we don't need to do it.
Okay.
Just so that maybe the number, it needs to be like 155 or something like that, if we actually just looked at it differently. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. The figures I gave were based on 2023. We can go back a little bit into 2022.
Yeah.
And I can generate those numbers.
Okay.
Yeah.
In the form
I'd
of a
recommend a
BIR, if
BIR,
you wouldn't
don't mind, Counselor, if
can
you
do
don't
a
mind
BIR.
just jotting it down. That
Okay.
way we can get it down on paper. Yeah.
I'll do that as a BIR, and at least now you know what I'm trying to say when I put it in there unintelligibly in words on paper. So the other question I had was relating to the software that I asked about for the council chambers and for Douglas Cardinal. So I'm wondering, I can see her on the screen, if you could explain to us in layman's terms, what would be the benefit if we were to apply that? That might be a consideration whether we do it or not, just so we know what the potential benefits are of applying that and which one you recommend out of the 3 options.
So certainly. So just as a reminder for others, so this was BIR 2401, which was looking at what we would need to improve both the management of meetings, the broadcasting of meetings, and just the overall experience. So one of the things too, just before I get into it, in the numbers that we put forward in the BIR 2401, we did look at some products that are on the market, but of course it in no way presumes that that's what we would purchase. It was simply used for budgetary purposes. So what we actually brought forward in that BIR was a combination of both equipment that you would see in front of all of council members, as well as administrative members in chambers or in Douglas Cardinal, and software to both manage the whole meeting within the chambers, as well as to manage the hybrid experience. So right now we use a mix of all number of technologies. The microphones that you have, the projectors that we have, using Zoom, using YouTube, and we have a lot of manual interventions in order to try to keep it all working together. And as we all know, sometimes it stays together and sometimes it tends to be a bit glitchy and fall apart. So the intent of this technology is really to provide an end-to-end system that has equipment and software that is designed to work together from the get-go. And so that's really necessary to reduce the glitches that we have in terms of sharing of cameras, in terms of microphones being on when they shouldn't be on, in terms of not synchronizing when microphones are on and cameras are or not on. You know, right now, even as we've had today, there's been a number of times we've had the ghost voices. So we'll have people speaking, but not necessarily have a camera. We've got cameras switching from, you know, one counselor to another as we have dialogue, as we saw today. So it's really about making that experience more seamless. And really reducing the amount of errors. So what we'll also be seeing is improving the management of the meeting. So in particular for Mayor Herron or anyone that is acting as mayor, to have control of microphones, control of cameras, being able to see who is requested to speak, who is next in the order to speak, being able to monitor the length of speaking, to be able to control microphones from one console. So right now, all the microphones are individually controlled. So there's the ability to turn on or off microphones as needed. What some people may not realize too is up in the podium, that microphone is always on. And so if there could be potentials for a dialogue to be picked up that shouldn't be picked up. So this technology really synchronizes microphones with cameras and provides the mayor also with that ability to control it. The other thing it does, which is very important, is it provides the exact same experience for participants that are remotely involved as the ones in chambers. So when you're in chambers, you're going to have a device in front of you that's got a little screen and a microphone with all kinds of capabilities for voting, for requesting to speak, etc. When you're remote, as Councillor Jolly is now, you have exactly those same capabilities, but now it's on a screen. So it's through software, but you will have that same ability. So you will have that same experience. You'll be able to see the videos, the presentation right now that you only see on the large screens, you'll be able to see in the screen in front of you. Similarly, when you're remote, you'll have that same experience. You also have the option of seeing the other cameras if you so choose to. So it's really about making that remote experience exactly the same as in chamber, so that those hybrid meetings are going to be a much more consistent experience. The last thing that we're going to see is dealing with the streaming. So right now we have a number of touch points. We actually work with the contractor who monitors, make sure that those flash screens that we're in recess go up when they're supposed to be, that the Zoom is that we've got the right feed going to YouTube, etc. So this particular technology allows that to be automated and controlled within chambers. So when you say that you are pausing the streaming, the microphones automatically turn off, the cameras automatically turn off, the appropriate flash page automatically goes on. So you really reduce the errors in terms of the streaming, and you reduce the amount of intervention needed. So that's it in a very large nutshell. It is particularly sophisticated technology because behind all of that is really almost as much technology as you have for any other system that we have in the city.
Okay, thank you. You definitely read the BIR. So when you mentioned the touch screens, if I remember the BIR response correctly, the touch screen was the middle. There's the middle and the third.
Correct.
Will you recommend the middle or the third option?
No, at this point in time, I think that from what we know, I would say that the middle option, which is the one that in the BIR we called the better, we had good, better, and best, would be sufficient for what we're looking at.
And to implement this, would we need to, it would go behind walls and that sort of thing, right? Because we're renovating St. Albert Place. So next year, so to implement this at any 1 year, we would have to ideally go behind walls so that it was not like the cables, etc. Is that true or no?
Yeah, so within chambers, there is going to need to be wiring run for the conference stations is what they're called, that would be on your desks, as well as to any of the servers that are going to be required to serve as the switches. Whether or not we can use the existing conduits, so all those pipes that are currently in the room, remains to be seen, but it does need to be wired. The solution that we put in the BIR for Douglas Cardinal is a wireless solution, and that's quite intentional because one of the issues we have in Douglas Cardinal is wires running across the floor. So that's why we're looking at wireless. So it really depends on if we can reuse what's there in chambers.
So for Douglas Cardinal, I guess, because I'm hearing what you said for the council chambers, Douglas Cardinal is its own beast, really it is. And I find it as far as communicating like the public what's going on in the meeting, it's a lot more challenging just from the angles of the room and where the cameras are. So would we be basically putting the same technology in both facilities, or can you say specifically what problems would we be addressing with Douglas Cardinal if it was implemented?
It'll be very similar technology. It is going to be slightly different. So one of the things is it would be a wireless wireless conference station in front of you. The cameras are going to be a little bit different as well. We would definitely reuse the location of the cameras that are currently there, but it would give you a similar, everything I described about the experience that you will have will be very similar in Douglas Cardinal.
Okay. I don't have any other questions, I think. I can't think of anything right now. Thank you for all that time looking into it. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
And that concludes my many questions.
All right, Councillor Jolly, you're good? Yep. All right, next on our agenda is outside agencies. So tell me how, do we have agencies presenting?
Nope, that was shifted from,
to
that happened on Monday,
Monday.
so.
Pardon?
That happened on Monday, so we've completed the agenda.
Yeah, so I just
Station.
was making sure, but I will, now that we've had all the functional presentations, I can open it up for questions. Maybe that you might have thought of since Monday on some of those. No. And if not, then we will recess until we actually start debate. No, we have a potential for questions at committee of the whole. And then we start debating on the 27th. So everyone's good? Comfortable? Okay. All right, we're recessed.